started. Linda or Michelle want to restart recording? All right, looks like we're recording. All right, welcome everybody. Let's go ahead and bring this meeting to order. This is the Police and Fire Retirement Board meeting for November 5th, 2020. Welcome everybody. Let's do a quick roll call. Drew Lanza.
Here.
Trustee Sanada Ganapati.
Here.
Trustee Lee. All right, Lee's not here yet. Trustee Menon.
Here.
Oh, sorry,
Trustee
this
Muyo.
is Howard. Here.
Thank you, Howard. So Trustee Howard Lee is present. Trustee Muyo. I see him. I see him on the roster, but I haven't heard him, but I believe he's here and he's been texting me. So Trustee Santos.
Good morning, I'm here.
Trustee Sanseri.
Present.
Trustee Votto.
Here.
All right, looks like we have all the trustees present at this time. Thank you. I see our CEO, Roberto Pena is here. Our CIO, Prabhu Palani. Got our City Council Liaison, Pam Foley present. Harvey Liederman, our Fiduciary Council is present, and we have several staff here supporting this meeting. So thank you everybody for being here. Just to go over the orders of the day. The orders of the days are pretty much the same. We've been running these Zoom meetings for a while, so try not to speak over each other. I'm going to do something a little bit different in this meeting. Saw it work pretty well in our joint City Council Board meeting that we had last month. Instead of doing a roll call after each topic, I am going to try, and since this will be a shorter meeting, to use the hand raise. So I will not do a roll call at the end of each conversation to see if anybody has something to add. Please do a raise hand. For those who don't know where it was, I had to figure it out. At the bottom of your screen, it says participants. It says 30 right now. If you click on that, that will open up a new window of all the participants. And at the bottom of that window on the far right, there's a hand raise. So you can raise your hand, and if you want to lower it, you just click it again. So at the end of each topic or agenda item, I'll ask if there's anybody wants to speak. Go ahead and raise your hand, and I'll try and get you that way. If I miss you, then go ahead and speak up, but try this out. So appreciate that. We also need to waive sunshine on 4C, presentation of the preliminary 2020 pension actuarial evaluation results and discussion and action on the amortization payment increase rate. So do I have a motion?
Motion by Santos to approve.
Motion by Santos.
Second by Sanseri.
Second by Sanseri. All in favor? Oh, I got to do a roll call. Apologize. Drew Lanza.
Aye.
Ganapati.
Aye.
Howard Lee.
Yes.
Menon.
Aye.
Muyo. I see a head shake and a thumb. Perfect. Santos.
Yes.
Sanseri.
Aye.
Votto.
Aye.
And myself, Gardner, aye. So that passed. Thank you very much. All right, so let's go ahead, and we got a ceremonial item. This is it's a great pleasure for me to do this, have this opportunity to present this commendations to Trustee Nick Muyo. As you all know, that Nick Muyo's term is up, and this is his last official month in his 4-year term. And he has chose after 8 years it's time for him to move on. I cannot thank him enough for the service that he has done. Attached to the agenda, you'll see a little, normally for the new trustees, we present a plaque, and attached to the agenda is a little write-up that would be going on the plaque, and is actually on our screen right now. I just want to highlight a few points here. So Nick Muyo came on the board December of 2012, served 2 terms, so a total of 8 years. During that 8 years, 7 years he spent on the Audit and Risk Committee. He has spent time in 2017 as the board chair, and then in 2016 as the vice chair. He's been on the joint personnel committee, the investment committee, in which at this time he was instrumental in the hiring of the CIO, doing the CIO search, doing all the interviews, and participating in that endeavor to hire Prabhu. He's also been on the disability committee for about 6 years as an alternate, participating when needed and always being available. My memories of Nick, I believe when Nick was chair, I think that was probably on the 5 years that I've been on the board, he was probably the most difficult time that I think that I've seen the board had to go through. That's simply because we had a very difficult time that year in regards to overpayment and underpayment to our membership. That was a very sensitive topic in which a lot of our members were not happy because it was asking for money back. He provided great leadership. He was very methodical, and handled the situation really well. And I think without that leadership, it wouldn't have gone as smooth. Nick, thanks again. I mean, you spent a whole career as a police officer serving the city and the residents. Then you came on this board and served even further, 8 more years to the members, and I appreciate everything. I'll open up the floor if there's any other trustees that would like to make some comments towards Nick.
Well, I would, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Hi, hello, Nick. Of course, we always wish you the best. We started out as colleagues, and as far as I'm concerned, became friends. You made sure that the retirees and the system had a voice. And when it was any controversy, you brought information back or whatever, you stood up and said what you had to say. You took care of us. I know in the police and fire, there's something about you never leave anybody behind. And you're the kind of officer I could always depend on. I can just tell by our relationship in this last 8 years, you would not leave anybody behind. You're an excellent friend and colleague, and I wish you nothing but health and be safe. Thank you for your service.
Can I say something, Andrew?
Go ahead, Drew.
Nick, it's been such a pleasure to get to know you and work with you. We have this old saying, it's almost kind of a stupid saying, that if you're not having fun, you're doing it wrong. And you have that wonderful sense of humor, Nick, that diffused so many situations, and that we're definitely going to miss on the board. Thank you for your service.
Andrew, if I can comment as well. I had the pleasure of serving as vice chair while Nick was board chair, and it was great to watch his leadership, to learn from him. His temperament was terrific. The fact that he handled every situation, I thought, in a very fair manner was very encouraging, and I think really helped strengthen the bond between the elected and appointed members. So thank you, Nick.
Andrew, if there are no other trustee comments, I just want to make a quick comment, if I may.
Please do.
Nick was the one trustee that when I came in, everybody was there, but Nick was just a brand new trustee, so he superseded me by 2 months. So I always felt sort of a connection with Nick. I do want to thank, on behalf of the whole membership, all the stakeholders and the board, I do want to thank Nick for his dedication, his engagement and commitment to the Police and Fire Board of 8 years. I hope that the rest of your colleagues, Nick, don't get upset. Even though officially his term ends this month, you're going to hear from me on my reporting that there were not retiree applicants when the first process was open. And Nick was so excited about it that he called me and said, Roberto, can I continue serving on the board for a few more months until the city actually appoint a new retiree? And I said, of course, Nick, we can do that for you. So he will continue serving your board for the next 2 or 3 or 4 months until the process is completed at the city level and a new retiree is appointed. And lastly, a little request to Nick. You know, everybody works a long time and most people look forward to the retirement. And I have tried to explain to Nick, I have even given him the definition on the dictionary about retirement, because it appears that he's working harder today than when he retired as a police officer. So I'm hoping, Nick, that comes 2021, you really try to enjoy your retirement and work a little few less hours so that you can kick back and relax and enjoy the fruits of a long commitment to the city and to this board. And I wish you nothing but the best and your future and health. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Roberto. Nick, did you want to say anything?
He's just saying he can't talk. He can.
Okay.
You can
He
hear,
can't
but you
talk.
can't say anything.
All right. Well, Nick, if your mic starts working between now and the end of the meeting and you want to say something, please do at any time. But thank you very much for your service.
Andrew, I think he's probably going to try and call in so he could talk on the phone
Okay.
and then video.
Okay. Well, while he is jumping off to come back in, let's just go to the consent calendar. Is there anything on the consent calendar that you guys would like to pull for discussion? If not, I will take a motion to approve.
Santos, motion to approve.
Motion by Santos. I'll go ahead and second it. Gardenier will second. All in. So a roll call. Drew Lanza.
Aye.
Sunita Ganapati.
Aye.
Howard Lee.
Yes.
Eswar Menon.
Aye.
Is Nick Muyo back on? I see him, but I don't hear him. Let's see.
He gave a thumbs up.
Oh, perfect. Richard Santos.
Yes.
Vincent Seri.
Aye.
Franco Votto.
Aye.
Gardeniers, aye. All right. Consent calendar has been approved. All right. We're going to take something out of order real quick. We normally would go to number 2, investments, CIO Prabhu Palani. I was wondering if he could accommodate one little change in regards to letting City Council Liaison Pam Foley to give her oral update real quick. She's only able to stay with us for a few minutes, and she did have an item that she wanted to discuss. So are you okay with that, Prabhu?
Yes, of course, Mr. Chairman.
All right, appreciate it. City
Thank
Council
you.
Member Pam Foley.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank
Welcome back. I hear you're busy doing other things like many of us are.
Yes.
Multitasking. It's a good time.
Yeah.
Just one thing, and thank you for moving me up in the agenda. I will be coming back, but I need to take off for a few minutes to connect with my staff on an issue. I just want to notify you that applications are open for members who would like to serve on the Redistricting Commission. The Redistricting Commission will take a look at moving district boundaries around so that all of the city council districts, as you know, we have 10, will be balanced as to the number of residents. Currently, we have about 100,000 per district, but when the census is completed and we have those numbers, the district redistricting committee will take a look at potentially moving the boundaries to make sure that every district has roughly the same number of representation. So we're looking for committee members. There is an application process, and then we will be selecting one person from in each district. So you do need to live in the city of San Jose. If you are interested, please go on the city website and look for the links to the redistricting commission. Applications are due by December 13th. And then the commission will be empowered to begin in January or so. That concludes my report. And thank you so much for moving me up in the agenda. And Nick, it doesn't sound like you're retiring, not really, but changing focus maybe a little bit. And I didn't really get to know you well, but it sounds from what everyone had to say that it was my loss that I didn't get to know you very well. So thank you for all of your service to the city of San Jose and to the retirement board.
Thank you, Councilmember
conclude my
Foley. And
comments.
is there any questions from the trustees for the council member? Go ahead and raise your hand if there is. All right. All right. Since there's no questions from the trustees, let's go ahead and move to 2A, oral update from the CIO of Retirement Service.
Excuse me. This is Blair Beekman from the public. I had a procedural question to ask.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I tried to raise my hand during consent calendar, and I may have just missed and crossed signals. And I wanted to speak. Is the public allowed to speak on each item, or is it public comment at the end?
Public comments at the end.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, no problem. Thanks. All right.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I'm sorry. If the question was from the member of the public whether or not the public can speak to each item of action on the agenda, the answer to that would be yes.
Yeah, correct. And I thought he meant regards to the consent calendar itself, but so correct me if I'm wrong. So on the discussion and action items, we will typically at that time ask for the public comments. If there is no discussion and action, do we push those to the end?
Yes, well, no, for each agendized item, the public may comment. And there was a motion made to approve the consent calendar. And so in connection with that motion, if the public had a comment, they should be allowed to comment on that motion or any item on the consent calendar.
Okay, whenever there's a motion, okay, sounds good. Mr. Beekman, you still there?
Yeah, hi.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Well, thank you for allowing me. Yeah, it's for each agendized item. So good information to know, and thank you. I think I can save I wanted to speak on I guess I'll just speak on the consent calendar then. It was item 1.5, which was the memo to the Rules and Open Government about the joint retirement board meeting of late October for the city of San Jose. I found the meeting to be very interesting and informative and a good learning process. And the mayor, towards the end, stated the importance of what next year will be. And he's seen an idea of much foreclosure issues and much recession issues. And it has reminded myself just the importance of the state funding ideas that have been starting up, and the new financial systems are developing with the HEROES Act and CARES Act money that I hope we can be really open to by this time next year, and be open to, accepting how, they've been developing good financial systems at the state level to address the recession and foreclosure process of next year. And the mayor at the joint retirement meeting, he spelled out really fairly clearly what we should be expecting of next year, and it was nice. And I just wanted to comment on the meeting and just that how we can be prepared for it. It's important for us, and to be open to what they're doing at the state level at this time. I hope we can be doing that. Thanks a lot.
I appreciate the comments, Mr. Beekman. And yeah, I mean, that's one of the good things about having these joint meetings now, is that we do get these type of viewpoints from the mayor and city council, and sharing those with the retirement board. Thank you. All right, so if there's no other comments, then we will go ahead and jump to a oral update from the CIO, Prabhu Palani.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to everyone. Firstly, I want to thank Trustee Muyo for his service and his support. He's been nothing but supportive of the work that we've done here. So thank you, Trustee Muyo. Also want to inform the board that I had the opportunity to present the investment expense report at the City Council last week, and there were no surprises there. I think it was well received. The usual questions were asked. And I also want to thank Trustee Sunzeri for, as in years past, for being present there and supporting me in that presentation. We do have October numbers. These are unofficial numbers from Makita. The plan actually returned a negative 74 basis points in October. We don't have benchmark information, unfortunately, yet. But the fiscal year to date return as of yesterday, again, these are unofficial, unaudited numbers, was 6.85%. And that's thanks to a strong July, strong August, and a strong couple of days in November. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to conclude my remarks. Happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you, Prabhu. Any trustees that have a question? Vince.
And not a question, just really something that I wanted to share with the board that I think is really important. If we go back and take a look on the consent calendar, we have our dashboard. And on that dashboard, it has some metrics on there, specifically on page 6. It shows the risk-adjusted performance of our plan over the last 12 months, which Prabhu has talked about and has been quite positive given how quickly the plan responded to the current market environment. But the nice thing that I think is important to point out is that if you look at that page, it also shows the 5-year number. And the performance in 1 year starts to influence the 3- and 5-year numbers. And now over the last 5 years, our plan ranks in the middle of the pack in terms of annualized returns. But when you look at it on a risk-adjusted basis, it's anywhere from the top 20 to top 30%. I wanted to point that out during the CIO remarks. I think Prabhu has done an excellent job in helping us restructure the portfolio and navigate this market environment. And it's starting to show up in our longer term numbers. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Sunzeri, for pointing that out. Thank you.
Thank you, Vince. Any other
Quick question.
trustees? Yes, go ahead.
Prabhu, is that expense presentation the same thing that we saw in the last board meeting?
Yes.
Okay.
Hello, this is Howard. Prabhu, one question. What do you see as any potential challenges in the team's crystal ball with respect to the balance of the year on investments?
Well, if I knew that, Trustee Lee, I'd be somewhere else. No, great question. Look, I think, and obviously the City Council and the Mayor had those questions as well, both near term and short term, especially surrounding the elections. And I think I pointed this out at the City Council. Obviously, there's a lot of near-term risk and headline risk, especially if we don't have a winner declared soon. There might be lawsuits and so on. And so I'm now addressing the real short term. But as I pointed this out before, markets tend to follow economic cycles rather than presidential election cycles. So any noise surrounding the election, I think, will be temporary. And longer term, we'll have to see, who the next president is and what the policies will be. But one thing that's becoming clear is that the Fed is going to play a more and more important role going forward, especially if we have gridlock in government, then we may not get the stimulus package that we expect, and then the Fed will have to step in. Right. That's going to be something to look out for. And next year, I mean, who knows? I think we'll have a chance to revisit our strategic asset allocation at the beginning of the year. We'll have a chance to look at Makeda's capital market assumptions, and over the next few weeks, we'll assess the market and we'll adjust our SAA as needed.
All right, thank you. Any other trustees?
Thank you.
If there's no other trustees, Mr. Beekman, I see your hand is raised. Did you have a comment on the topic specifically? If you didn't have a comment specifically on this topic, those comments then could be held towards the end of the meeting.
Yep, my hand was just, I left it up accidentally. Sorry about that.
Thank you. All right, if there is no other questions, then we'll go ahead and move on. Thank you, Prabhu. So 3A, discussion and action on the CEO's compensation exclusive or executive leave. You guys, I wasn't at the meeting last month, but you guys had a discussion in regards to the CEO and CIO compensation and made a motion to approve. One thing that we do need to discuss is part of the compensation package is executive leave. In the attachment, I believe it's the second attachment, 3A2 and 3B2. They're both the same for the CEO and CIO. There is an executive leave guidelines that the city has provided. Both CEO and CIO got an outstanding rating, and their recommendation with those ratings is 5 additional executive leave days for the calendar year, and that's something that we have typically followed in the past. So we need to go ahead and approve executive leaves for the CEO, and then we will eventually next we'll do the CIO. Is there any discussion on this topic?
Andrew, it's just me, just a recommendation, unless I'm mistaken and council can correct me, but so that you don't have to go through all the votes twice. You may want to take 3A and B together. Yep. So you only have to make one motion and just go through it once. I mean, assuming they're both the same, obviously.
Yeah. I like that recommendation. As long as, if Harvey's okay with that, then I will definitely go that route.
That's fine. It just depends on the maker of a motion.
Yep, absolutely. So I'll go ahead and make a motion for the CEO and CIO to reward them with 5 days of executive leave for this calendar year based off of the performance evaluation that we concluded last month for both of them.
Second by Santos.
All right, so we got a motion by Gardenier, we got a second by Santos. Any discussion among trustees? No discussion. All right. Any public comments? All right, no public comments. Let's go ahead and do a roll call. Trustee Lanza.
Aye.
Trustee Ganapati.
Aye.
Trustee Lee.
Yes.
Trustee Menon.
Aye.
Trustee Muyo. I don't see him anymore. I can't visually see him anymore. I see he's on mute, so I'll have to skip him. Trustee Santos.
Yes.
Trustee Sanzeri.
Aye.
Trustee Votto.
Aye.
And myself, Trustee Gardenier. Aye. Motion passes. Thanks again, Roberto and Prabhu, for the excellent work you've been doing over the past year, and for the continued work that you're doing now. Thank you. All right, let's go ahead and go to 4A, new business, oral update from the CEO, Roberto Pena.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try to be quick, although probably not as quick as Prabhu was. So I already indicated that the deadline for the retiree seat, came and went back on September 25th, and there were no applicants. We are working with the city clerk to kick off a new process for the application. We'll keep you posted. The applications for the public member seat were closed on October 25th. We know that the city clerk at least received one application. We're trying to check and see if there were other applications received. The interview date at this point is for city council is December 1st, 2020. If anything changes, we will keep you posted. I wanted to, you received an email from staff maybe a week or two ago indicating that the new iPads have arrived. They're here. The email was very specific as to what needed to take place for you to receive the new iPad. I believe some of you may have received the iPad and there were some challenges on getting the new iPad to work correctly. But in any case, just wanted to remind you to continue working with staff, follow through the request form and the process. And we will make sure that all of you will receive your new iPads in time for the next meeting. As Prabhu indicated, the investment fee report was presented to City Council last October 27th. Prabhu thanked trustees and Seri for attending the meeting, and I just want to echo, I think Prabhu did an excellent job. He's always kind of joking and teasing me about how I speak to the council, but he does such an excellent job. And so it was well received. So I just want to thank Prabhu. Last week, Harvey, your general and fiduciary counsel, provided a training for board members. I think it was 2.5 hours. I don't want to speak for the trustees, but as a staff, I can tell you that I thought the training was well received by board members. So thank you, Harvey, for doing so. The retirement working group that was created by the mayor more than a year ago and had met before the COVID-19 pandemic started and the meetings were stopped. They kick off again the meetings. Last month was the first meeting in which there were a couple of presentations, including one from Prabhu on the investment program. The next working group meeting is November 9th. But I just wanted to let you know, out of that meeting, I think Bill also, who is presenting to you this morning, Bill Holmar from Cairo, made a presentation. Out of that meeting, there was a presentation on POBs, pension obligation bonds, which is an issue that has been floated. It's been floated by the mayor on conceptually, and I believe City Council will be receiving a pension obligation bond presentation sometime later this month or early December. I'm not really sure, but I just want to let you know. We will keep you posted on any developments regarding the Retirement Working Solutions Group. Wanted to remind you the fall edition of the quarterly newsletter was included on the communications. Obviously, we produce this information every quarter, and I just again want to publicly thank the staff for the work and the information that we are providing for our members and keeping them apprised of what is happening in the plan. We are in the middle or the beginning of the health care open enrollment for retirees. It's taking place from November 1st to the 30th. It's being held virtually. Obviously, we are not providing flu shots like we had done in the past. They were done at the office. Those you can check with your physician or the local pharmacy to get flu shots. So it's going to be challenging. We do have some positions that are vacant at the benefits group. I think I shared with you at the last meeting, and if I didn't, I'm letting you know that the benefit senior analyst for the healthcare section resigned. So we are functioning without that position being filled. And I know staff had a presentation for the retiree group of Federated next week. And I think they have also have discussions, at least with the police and fire board members on the open enrollment. So we will keep you posted on how that develops. I just have a couple of more items. We concluded interviews for the senior internal auditor position. We are getting ready to make an offer. I am extremely excited about the candidate that we are selecting. I apologize. We have a bird and he's screaming in the background for that noise. We have an excellent candidate. I hope that we can work out this person joining us in the next few weeks. I think has excellent experience, and I think your board will be very happy if he joins us. We will make an introduction. I will keep you posted. You will definitely know by the next meeting whether we were able to bring him on board. And then I just wanted to also let your board know we provided an actuarial training last Tuesday. Many of you trustees joined that training. It took about 2 hours, and the training was twofold. Really mostly for the newer members of your board, but also in anticipation of the discussions that are going to take place with Chiron for the next few months. Hopefully you found that training helpful. And lastly, wanted to continue letting you know, staff continue working remotely. Obviously, as you know, board meetings are held via Zoom, and I don't envision any changes, at least for the rest of the fiscal year through June 2021. That concludes my comments, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to entertain any questions.
Thank you, Roberto. Sunita.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank both Harvey and Roberto for their time and effort in both the training programs. I found them extremely useful.
Thank you, Sunita. Any other questions from the trustees? All right, I see no other hands. All right. Well, thank you, Roberto, for the update. Let's go ahead and move to 4C, presentation of the preliminary 2020 pension actuarial evaluation results. I believe Chiron, is Bill on the line?
Yeah, I'm here. Hold
Okay.
on, let me get my screen up.
Perfect. While you do that, trustees and staff, like normally in the past, we have always waited to the very end to ask questions while we were doing Zoom meetings. But as you know, in person, we tend to ask questions as the slide goes by. I would like to start doing that for this presentation. This is an important presentation that Bill will be presenting, and questions are going to come up on each slide, and I'd rather try and capture those questions and get those answers as we go through. So if there's questions from any of the trustees, staff, council, as we go through, please raise your hand. If I don't see it, then just speak up. And I'll turn it over to you, Bill.
All right, thank you. Good morning. Good to see everyone, even if it's just on Zoom. Tim Doyle's here with me. He's going to present part of the presentation here. Let's see if I can advance. I wanted to start by just laying out our preliminary schedule, because this is kind of the start of our run of actuarial presentations for you. Today, we're going to present the preliminary pension valuation results and then look at the economic assumptions. And we're looking for direction from the board on the economic assumptions, so that then in December, we could come back and present the final pension valuation. And then in January, we review the assumptions for the OPEB valuation, the retiree medical program, and then we provide the final OPEB valuation in February. So that's the tentative schedule. Historically, we have adjusted it as issues have come up. So it's not completely set in stone, but that's what we're planning going forward here. So before we get into the preliminary results, Roberto asked us to present some history to help the newer board members understand where we've been and how we've gotten here, but I think it's also a good reminder for the board members who've been here a while, and even putting it together, it was a good reminder for me of what we've been through and where this system has been. Back in 2001, the system was 112% funded on a market value basis and had about $1.5 billion in liabilities. And those liabilities were split pretty evenly between active members and people who are receiving benefits. If you fast forward to the last valuation, the plan was 72% funded. The liability had almost reached $5 billion, and over 2/3 of the liability is for members who are receiving benefits now. So that's a fairly significant change over that time period. Back now, the 2001 valuation determined the contributions for the fiscal year ending 2003. And with that surplus, the city's total contribution was 12% of pay. And that was because there was 22% for the normal cost, which is the benefits that are attributed to the next year of employment, but then a 10% credit for that unfunded liability, which was a surplus. So a 10% credit against that for the surplus. And the members contributed about 8% of pay. Fast forward to what's being paid this year, which was based on the 2019 valuation. Members have increased to over 12% of pay. The city's normal cost has gone up from 22 to 27% of pay. But the really large change is the unfunded liability payment has gone from a credit of 10% to paying about 58% of payroll. So the city's total contribution is about 85% of payroll. So we'll go through some history to talk about how we got from the position in 2001 to where we are today. And then we'll switch over to what the latest valuation shows. But just as a reminder, funding a pension system is a dynamic process, and we control some of the pieces of the process, and we use this graphic to kind of illustrate some of the basic dynamics. So the tank here represents the liability for future pension benefits, and the green represents the level of assets. Out of that tank, we're paying the benefits and the expenses of the plan. And the benefits are defined in the statutes. And so those are not being controlled by the board here at all. That's something that we work with. But the inputs are both the investment earnings, and the board doesn't determine the actual earnings, but sets the asset allocation and investment policies to try and generate those earnings. And then the contributions. And the board does set assumptions and so forth that determine those contributions. We'll talk later about the discount rate, setting the discount rate. And one of its primary functions is actually to divide how much we expect to get from investment earnings in the future. And then the balance is going to have to come from contributions. Because over the very long term, the contributions plus the investment earnings have to add up to the benefits paid and the expenses paid. So here we show the breakdown of the funded status using the market value of assets from every valuation from 2001 to 2019. And I think it's interesting to note We were at 112% in 2001, 113% in 2007. And then by 2009, we dropped to 68%. I should mention, prior to 2009, valuations were just done every other year. So that's why it's skipping time there. But that 2008, 2009, we dropped from 113% funded to 68% funded. At the same time, through this period, you can see a gradual maturing of the system as more and more of the liability is represented by these blue bars, which are the people receiving benefits, as opposed to the red bars for the active employees that have remained fairly constant. Now, since 2009, we've, in terms of a funded percentage, we've only improved slightly, but that is a bit deceiving because we have reduced the discount rate during this period from 8% down to 6.75%, which increases the measure of liability. So even on a basis where we don't improve the funded percentage, we've improved the funding of the plan because we've reduced the discount rate. And so you'll see this with a lot of public pension plans that since 2009, they've used part of the gains they've gotten in the market since then to reduce the discount rate. And so their funded status looks relatively flat, but they're actually in much better position than they were. The bottom chart here shows the unfunded actuarial liability as a dollar amount and when it came about. And again, we're using the market value of assets here. And so you can see in 2007, we had a surplus of over 300 million. And then 2009, we went to a deficit of 960 million. And since then, we've bounced around a little. There have been, as I said, assumption changes, investment returns, and a variety of things that we'll go through that have gotten us to our current point of 1.4 billion in assets. I think Esmar has a question.
Yes, thank you. So just quick question, can you tell us between market value of assets and actuarial value of assets, please?
Yeah, so the market value of assets, it is just the fair value on the date. The actuarial value we use to determine contributions, and it smooths investment gains and losses over a 5-year period compared to what we assume. So right now we assume 6.75%. If we get actual investment returns greater than 6.75%, we take that difference and smooth it in over 5 years. If they're less than 6.75%, we take that difference and smooth it in over 5 years. And so that just gives us less volatility in our contributions.
Okay, thank you.
Bill, I got a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
So 2019, bottom right, we're saying we're 1.4 billion unfunded right now.
Yes.
That is just pension side?
That's just pension side.
Okay, thank you.
So during that period, the contributions have gone up as well. And here we're using the same colors as on the prior chart, where the light purple is the member contributions, which started at 8.4%. We're pretty constant through 2010 and have gradually been increasing. Now, this is a blend of tier 1 and tier 2 when you get out to where we have some significant tier 2 members. But part of the reason these member contributions have been increasing is the change in the discount rate. The dark purple is the city's normal cost. And you can see it was fairly stable until after 2010. There were a couple things going on here with changes in assumptions. And in particular, we had the SRBR, the Supplemental Retiree Benefit Reserve Program, which had not been valued prior to 2010. 2011, we started valuing it. And then it, which measure was it? Measure B, repealed the SRBR. And so between 2013 and 14, even though we dropped the discount rate, which would have made this normal cost go up, the normal cost went down because SRBR was repealed. And so we've seen, and then with tier 2, we have kind of a slight downward trend in the total normal cost rate paid by the city and the overall total normal cost rate. I think we have a couple hands raised.
Yeah, Sunita.
I'm understanding this chart. Is this a percentage of market value of assets?
This is the percent of payroll that were contributions. So members contributed 8.4% of their pay towards the plan, and the city contributed 12% back in 2003. And now members are contributing 12.3%, and the city's contributing 84.6%.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
Eswar.
No, actually, I should just take my hand down, I guess. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So then after 2010, you can see the sharp increase in this gold bar, which is the payment on the unfunded liability. And that has been the largest part of the growth in payment over time. Till now, it's, what did I say, 50% of pay for the unfunded liability.
Bill, can I say something there? Because, you know, in my training, which included most of the police and fire trustees last Tuesday, I just wanted to make the point. This rate that you see of 81.9, 80.8, 82.6, and 84.6 on the plan sponsor contribution of payroll, it is considerably higher than the rest of the plans across the state. I don't know the rates for all the plans. I wouldn't say it's the highest that it could be, but if it's not the highest, I would venture to say it's one of the top 3 in terms of payroll across the state. Bill will have a better idea than me because he worked with many other systems. But my only point here is it is expensive and it has implications, which I think makes your job on making decisions sometimes, even though your primary responsibility is to the members of the plan, there's a lot of information that you have to take in consideration when making your decisions. That's the point I'm trying to make. Thank you.
Yeah, I think when you look at other plans across the state or across the country, police and fire plans typically have higher contribution rates. And so some of the plans have a blend of general members and safety members, and others have them split apart. So the most relevant comparison is where we can isolate the police and fire rates. But yes, I think as a percent of payroll, these rates are among the highest. And in particular, it's the UAL rate that is among the highest. not sure that the normal cost rate is higher than other places. I think we have another question.
Howard.
Yes, Bill, yeah, thank you for explaining this. I just had a quick question on the chart. The y-axis seems different. It seems shifted compared to the bars. Is there a reason for that? Like it says 84.6 on the far right, but it's actually somewhere in the 90s if you look on the left-hand side. I just wanted to make sure I understood what the numbers are.
So good question. Let me clarify what these numbers are. These numbers are just the city payment. And so to get where it is compared to the y-axis, you need to add the 84.6 with the 12.3. So it'd be 96.9 is where it is.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you.
And so really the contribution going into the plan is 96.9% of payroll, but 12.3 comes from the members and 84.6 from the city.
Thanks, Howard.
So, I think in addition to this being a pretty high rate, we went through a fairly rapid increase in rate that was painful for the city and painful for the members as well. So, and one place you can see that, we look at this measure of plan maturity. So let me just explain the chart and then the conclusions. The blue and the teal are active members, and these are just counts of active members. And so the dark blue are the tier 1 members, and this teal is the tier 2 members. The gold are what we call deferred vested members. They're people who are no longer working for San Jose, but have not started their benefits, but they are entitled to benefits in the future. And then the green are members who are currently receiving benefits. And then the red line, the support ratio, is the ratio of the in-pay plus the deferred vested members to the active members. So it's the number of people who are no longer working at San Jose that the active members have to support. And so as that goes up, the plan becomes more mature and more sensitive to changes. And that has risen fairly dramatically. But there are two dynamics that have caused it to rise. And you can see from 2001 to 2009, the active membership was pretty close to 2,100 fairly consistently, maybe dropping to around 2,000 a couple times. But after the Great Recession, we saw some significant drops in active membership that did not start to recover until just the last couple years. So that probably reflects issues with the city of San Jose's revenues, but it could also be affected by just the demands for additional funding. So that combination all goes into the city's budget calculations, and by reducing the active members and the payroll, we get some greater leverage on our liabilities and greater leverage on the assets, which make us more sensitive to any changes, whether they're assumption changes or investment returns. Investment returns are their most volatile one.
Bill, Vince has a question for you.
Okay.
Bill, on slide 6, kind of thinking about these two slides in connection. slide 6 is contribution rates as a percentage of payroll. Is that correct?
Right.
So clearly contribution rates on an absolute dollar basis have increased over time. And also it's showing you on a percentage basis, but is it possible in the future to include the payroll amount to show how as the membership, the active membership has declined, the payroll amount has also declined, which shows, which magnifies these contribution rates?
Yes. Yeah, we can do that. I think typically we've shown these amounts both as a percent of pay and as a dollar amount.
Right.
But I think the other piece that would be good is to just see how payroll has changed during the period.
But wouldn't, in that situation, if membership is declining, wouldn't percentage of payroll increase?
Yes.
Because now you're spreading the unfunded liability over a fewer amount of people?
Yeah,
that's the
so
point.
I think that's what
Okay,
Vince was
okay.
saying, is that that membership decline has made these rates go up even further than would be indicated by just the dollar increase of the contributions.
Okay, sorry, I misheard.
Yeah, so if you showed this chart on an absolute basis and just plotted the dollar amounts have clearly gone up, but the percentage sort of magnifies that because of the shrinking payroll.
Right.
All right. Sunita.
Yeah, I was wondering, maybe you have it later in the deck. I haven't had a time to look at it, but is there a way one can understand how much of the increase in unfunded liability is from this sort of change in the composition of the retiree versus active versus underperformance of investments?
We'll get into some of the different sources in just a minute here.
Okay, all right.
The composition doesn't directly translate into increases in the UAL. It just makes us more sensitive to those changes. It makes it more difficult to close the gap.
Right. I mean, I guess where I was going with that question was, obviously it seems like the investment performance has been really good since Prabhu took over, but is there some sort of explanation we have before that? Yeah.
You gave me the perfect segue to the next slide. So this slide looks at the changes in unfunded liability and what caused them. Now, the order that you do the analysis and how you accumulate it to the end can make a difference, but we just looked at it on a valuation by valuation basis, looked at the causes of the increase in the unfunded liability, and then added them up. The top chart here shows each year and what the causes were broken into 5 categories. So the gray area are liability gains and losses. So this is our actual experience compared to assumptions like mortality, retirement rates, salary increases, which has driven most of the changes you see on the chart here. Termination rates, all of those kinds of assumptions that affected our liability. So this is actual experience compared to those assumptions. And the big drop here in 2011 was when everyone took a large across the board pay cut. So that significantly reduced our liability, at least temporarily. But for the most part, those liability changes have been relatively small. The gold bars are the investment gains and losses. And here, I'm doing this on an actuarial value basis, so it's smoothed over 5 years. So you can see in 2009, where we had the big investment loss, that gets spread out over and offset by some future gains. So if I put it all in on the market value, it would pretty much dwarf the remainder of the chart. But also, I didn't have all the other things broken out that way. So we had it on the actuarial value basis. But you can see the contribution of investment losses over the years to increases in the unfunded liability. There's a couple small green bars here for benefit improvements. And then here when the SRBR was taken away, there's some slivers in here for some of the Measure F stuff, but it really didn't even rate compared to the other changes. The other big item are the assumption changes, and those are the purple bars. Much of that is reducing discount rates, but there are also changes in mortality assumptions, salary scale, retirement rates, those sorts of things. And then the red bar is the impact of contributions. So this is really contributions greater than what we call the treadwater rate, which is the normal cost plus the interest on the unfunded liability. And for the most part, we've been taking a sliver out of the unfunded each year and trying to reduce it through contributions. The blue line shows the net of all the changes for the year. And so there have only been 4 years in this period where we had a net improvement. And this black line shows the discount rate. So starting after 2010, we started bringing it down and bringing it down gradually so that we didn't have too big of an impact in any one year. So the bottom chart just adds up all those sources over that time period to see what the biggest pieces were. And obviously the biggest piece was the investment experience over that time period. And it's really dominated by the losses in 2008 and 2009. The other big piece is the assumption changes, accounting for about $740 million in increase in the UAL. About 575 million of that is reductions in the discount rate. So that's the lion's share of the assumption increases. All of our efforts on contributions have reduced the UAL by about 97 million. So it's effective being persistent in knocking away at the UAL, but it happens very gradually through contributions. Our liability experience overall has been good, meaning we've had more gains than losses, but much of that is really that one pay cut. So, Sunita, did that help with the breakdown of sources?
Yeah, definitely directly answered my question, but I'm still a little bit lost. So if I may say it in my words and you can correct me. So the liability experience is influenced by both the pay reduction, as you called it, and a change in the composition, or I'm going to call it demographics, but it's not really demographic, but the composition of retired versus active members. Is that right?
It's not really affected directly by the composition, except to the extent we had a period where a lot more people retired than we expected. And so those unexpected retirements would go into this bucket.
Okay, but net, it was a positive for the liability experience because of the pay cut. Is that the way to think about it?
Yeah, I think if you take the pay cut out, it's pretty neutral.
All right. And then I guess I'm still struggling a little bit between the attribution between the assumption changes and the investment experience. So do I think about the investment experience as the past and the assumption changes as the NPV of the future?
Yes, exactly. So, when we assumed 8% and got a minus 10% return, that goes into the investment experience. But then when we change our assumption from 8% to 7.5% in the future, that goes into the assumption changes.
So even if you have recovered from a past investment experience, obviously the markets have recovered significantly. The 925 million will be the 925. It's like a realized loss.
Yeah. So to the extent we recovered, it is reduced. It's net of the gains.
Okay.
But when we think about the markets recovering, we think about them recovering back to where they were, not to where we projected them to be. So we had projected them to continue increasing by 8% a year. And so the recovery got us back to where we were, but not necessarily back to where we expected to be with future earnings. And so that's why it doesn't catch back up.
Very helpful. Thank you.
Sunita, I'm not sure if you had another question. Or are you good for now?
Oh, no, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, sorry about that. Howard Lee.
Yeah, hi, Bill. I had a question going back to the other slide 8. You'd mentioned that the lion's share, or maybe 75, 77% of the assumption changes were due to the changing the discount rate. And maybe it's hard to actually have a formula for this, but in general, is that the biggest lever when it comes to making the assumption changes, that it's going to be 3/4 of any impact on UIL deltas or changes?
Well, the discount rate's definitely the biggest lever. It's the most powerful assumption that we have. Whether it amounts to 3/4, 90%, 100% depends on what we're doing with other assumptions at the same time.
Right. So, I mean, consequently, then, in general, all the other factors that we have to think about towards the end of your presentation probably will all be relatively secondary compared to the biggest lever here, which is discount rate, right?
Yes, that's exactly right.
Okay.
So we'll talk about the impacts of those assumptions when we go through that. But absolutely, the discount rate is by far the most powerful that we'll be looking at.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So kind of to sum up my conclusions from looking at this history, really much of where we are today traces back to the impacts of the Great Recession. The investment losses were around $1 billion. And the lower market interest rates have really caused the reduction in the discount rate, the expected returns from 8 to 6.75. Those are by far the two biggest factors of what happened to this plan. Now, that UAL is very large compared to the payroll that supports it. And so it is a slow process to make that up. The investment markets bounce back, but as we were just talking, they didn't bounce back enough for the anticipated growth in the markets before the drop. And also, they didn't bounce back enough to make up for us now expecting 6.75 instead of 8% going forward. So we've been increasing the contributions to try and claw our way back up. At the same time, we've been reducing the discount rate and keeping an eye on the impact that has on the city's budget. I think in your dashboard, we show the pension contributions are a little over 25% of the general fund budget. And that is also among the highest in the country in terms of the strain on the city's budget. So any other questions on how we got here before we get into the results going forward?
Yeah, Bill, can you just briefly bring in a little bit of a discussion on leverage ratios on the plan? I know we don't have specific slides to show that, but maybe for the newer trustees, you can talk about that impact. Because when you go back and look at some of the prior slides and the investment returns adding to the UAL, you might come to the conclusion that, well, if we had taken more risk and been more aggressive, the investment experience would have been better. So why didn't we do that?
Yeah, I think we will be back next month with slides showing the leverage ratios and talking about the sensitivity to risk. But maybe the closest we have right here is this support ratio. So the more you have liability for retirees compared to actives, and the more retirees you have compared to actives, the larger the plan gets compared to the payroll that's supporting it. And we're setting the contributions as a percent of that payroll. So as the assets have grown, they've become a significant multiple of payroll and among the highest that we see out there. And that means that an investment loss or an investment gain can have a dramatic impact on contribution rates as a percent of payroll, just because the payroll is small compared to those potential investment gains or losses. And so we started talking about that probably back in 2010 or 11, and have seen it grow since. And really just raising the question of how much of that volatility and sensitivity to contribution rates the city could afford. And that's driven a lot of questions about the asset allocation and trying to be slightly more conservative than other plans to mitigate some of that issue for the city.
Thanks, Bill.
All right, I'm going to turn it to Tim for a little while to talk about the preliminary valuation results. Tim, we can't hear you. Still can't hear you. Doesn't look like you're muted, but. Well, while Tim tries to figure out his sound, I'll carry forward here.
I have a tech tip for him. This happened to me last week. So you might want to go to audio settings and test your mic, and it sometimes offers you an option for a second mic. Sorry, just thought I'd share that.
Thank you, Sunita.
Thank you. So the investment returns for the year, we calculated 3.7% on the market value and 4.5% on the actuarial value. So the actuarial value smooths those gains and losses over a 5-year period. These numbers are slightly different, I think, than what Prabhu reports. And that's because ours are dollar-weighted calculations, and what's typically reported by the investment consultants are time-weighted. There's a little difference based on cash flow. All right, Tim, I hear you. I'll turn it back to you.
I just unplugged my headset and plugged it back in. So, all right. Sorry about that. Yeah, so as Bill was talking about, the investment returns end up being, are all essentially compared against our expectation, 6.75%. So the market value return for the last year was 3.7%, and the actuarial value, which Bill mentioned earlier, the smooth value, returned 4.5%. These investment losses were slightly offset by liability gains. And the gains were mostly due to the flat salary for police, where there was no bargained increase from 7/1/2019 to, or after 7/1/2019, essentially. And again, that's why the payroll growth was also lower than expected. Moving on to the next slide. So
this is Roberto. I just have a request from for you and for Bill for the next month. If you can go back to the slide that we just completed discussing, I just wonder if it would be helpful for trustees. I know it has been for me, and of course I've been dealing with this for 20 years, so I have a pretty good understanding. But I wonder if next month when you come back, I know you include this in the actual report, but can you include a slide that actually indicates number-wise how is the difference, how you arrive to the difference between the 3.7 and 4.5, meaning really a table on how you arrive to the actual value on the smoothing, so that they can see for practical purposes, how you arrive to that number. I think that may be helpful. I mean, if trustees don't need that kind of background, that's fine. We don't have to have it. I just find it to be helpful to understand, because we speak about the difference every year about the market value of assets and the market value of funding ratio versus the actuarial value of assets and the actuarial value of funding ratio. And of course, contribution requirements are based on the actuarial value of assets. And so I think it will be helpful to show the math on how you arrive to the actuarial investment return every year by smoothing the gain and losses over the last 5 years. So I think that will be helpful. So again, I put it out there. I'll leave it to trustees to decide whether they would like to see that or not. Thank you.
Yeah, there's no problem including that in our presentation next month. And as you indicated, there's exhibits in the report that go through that every year as well.
Okay, so on the left, we have a chart showing the funded status, the change of funded status from last year to this year, similar to what Bill showed in previous slides, only in this case, it's just the 1-year change. And the big takeaway here is that on a market value basis, things stayed relatively flat. The funded ratio decreased from 71.9% to 71.7%. But one thing worth pointing out, particularly is for tier 2, if you look at the funded ratios in the lower right-hand quadrant, you can see that tier 2 is now over 100% funded on both a market and actuarial basis. And again, that's, it's mostly due to it being the newer of the tiers and the fact that, returns, the returns increase their, or affect their funded ratio more. Moving on to slide 12. Looks like we have a question.
Go ahead, Mr. Beekman. I do see your hand raised. For the public comments and questions, we're going to save towards the very end after we get through the presentation and trustees got all their questions and comments made. So I do see your hand, Mr. Beekman, and we will get to you. Howard Lee, you had a question?
Yeah, just a question, and maybe this is too early. With respect to the results you showed on the prior slide and in this table, what was the assumed discount rate in these calculations?
6.75%.
6.75. Tim, I think you may have unplugged again.
Okay. Okay, so it's as is. Okay. All right, great. Thank you.
So here we show the comparison between the changing contribution rates as a percent of payroll and year over year, and the contribution amounts as a dollar amount year over year. Excuse me. The city's cost increased from 84.6% of pay to 86.7% of pay, with member rates increasing slightly from 12.3% to 12.4% in aggregate. The city's total projected contribution amount increased by a little more than 10 million, from 206 excuse me, million for fiscal year ending 2021 to slightly over 216 million for fiscal year ending 2022. It's worth noting that in our last valuation, we projected that the 2022 contribution would be about 215.6 or 7 million, just $700,000 less than what's seen here. Excuse me. Oh, going on to the next slide. Here we show a split of the preliminary contribution rates and amounts again, but this time showing police versus fire and the member and contribution rates split between tiers 1 and tier 2. All member rates, excuse me, and fire rates were mostly flat year over year. But as a result of the lower than expected payroll increases for police, the police employer rate increased a little more as a percent of pay. And again, as I noted on the previous slide, the projected 2022 city contribution is, what last year was about 215.7 million, and this year is about 216.4.
I just add that we did note a slight increase in member rates, but that increase is just in the average member rate, and it really just reflects part of the transition from tier 1 to tier 2. We're not seeing increases in the tier 1 member rate, and there's a slight decrease in the tier 2 member rate.
Bill or team, not sure if people have noticed, but your slide refers to middle of the year preliminary contribution rates and amounts. Can you comment on what you mean by that?
Yeah, we should probably label that throughout the year. So
yes,
the city contributions are sometimes made at the beginning of the fiscal year and sometimes made on a payroll by payroll basis. And so if they're made at the beginning of the year, we give them a discount on the contribution amounts. And so these amounts are assuming the contributions are made on a payroll by payroll basis throughout the year.
Howard, did you have a question?
No, sorry, I can take my hand down.
Yep, no problem.
All right.
Sunita.
Understanding how the annual unfunded contribution, unfunded liability contribution, the first line in your previous slide. Yeah. So the 61 million, the 68 million, etc. So is that essentially, maybe it's a question for Roberto. Is this the amortization amount that you talked about a couple of days ago?
That's correct. This is what is required to be paid for the upcoming year. And that number includes a pay down of principal and interest.
Yeah, so this slide actually breaks it out between the interest and the principal. So in aggregate, there's $150 million being paid towards the UAL out of the city's 216, and 60 million is paying down the principal, and the rest is paying the interest.
Think about that. The interest is towards the loss of earnings, and the principal is the previous loss that the portfolio experienced.
Right. So we've got, let's see, we show the, so we're showing the dollar value of the UAL. So about 1.46 billion for tier 1. And so there's interest at 6.75% at our assumed rate of return, because we don't have the assets there to earn that assume 6.75. And then the contribution is also paying down the principal by about 60 million. So if all of our assumptions were met, we'd expect that to be reduced to about 1.4 billion next year.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
Okay. Now on this slide, we show a set of projections. The top graph shows the actual liability and the comparison between that and the market value of assets. The historical experience over to the left of 2020 is in a darker shade of gray, and the actual value of assets that we project is a lighter shade of gray off to the right. Everything in these projections assumes that all of our assumptions are met going forward. So every year, 6.75% is expected to be returned. Excuse me. So at present, it shows that we have 72% funded, and then projected to reach close to 100% funding by 2035. Again, if all experience goes as assumed. The graph below shows the projected contribution amounts, and similarly, the darker shaded numbers to the left are the historical amounts, and the lighter bars to the right show the projected amounts. The gold and yellow bars represent the city's contribution amount, while the gray, almost purple bars below represent the aggregated member amount. The black bar, the black line graph, rather, shows the total normal cost or the value of benefits earned throughout the year. And then as a comparison to what we projected last year, we also have a red line that shows last year's results projected throughout the same period. And so what you can see is that the projection over the next couple of years, the projected contribution amounts didn't change much as a result of this valuation, but that over time, the difference between the red line and the yellow bars, the yellow bar being this valuation, are projected to be a little higher. It's also worth noting that fiscal year 2023 shows a dip in the projected contribution amount, city's contribution amount, and then rising back up the next year, a little above previous levels.
So that dip is because we have amortization schedules set up individually for different pieces. And this is the last year that we are paying on one of the charges to that amortization. And so that causes a reduction in this period. Are there any questions on the preliminary results before we start talking about the economic assumptions?
Go ahead, Howard.
Hi, Bill. Could you mentioned the amortization schedule for different pieces. Could you briefly explain that, since I don't have the entire history of how it all was set up before?
Right. So each valuation, we look at the gain or loss since the last valuation, or any assumption changes. And we set up an amortization of that piece of the unfunded in that valuation. And so for experience gains and losses, we set up an amortization payment schedule over 15 years. And for assumption changes, we set up a schedule over 20 years. And so I didn't put it in this presentation, but if you look back at our valuation reports, there's a table in the contribution section that shows all of those historical pieces. And there are a lot of them going back. And so at the end, so like when we set up a new payment schedule this year, it'll go out 15 years. At the end of that 15-year period, you're done with that series of payments. And so that affects the adjustments out here. And that's what's happening with all of these. As it starts going down, that indicates that we've finished paying off one of those pieces of the unfunded liability.
Okay. All right, great. Thank you.
And we will look at that in more detail next month when we do the full valuation presentation. Okay, so I'm going to switch to the economic assumptions. We look at these every year to make sure they're reasonable and make adjustments. We look at all the other assumptions every other year. So the retirement rates, mortality, and so forth. And so that we're not doing that this year. That study will be next year in 2021. So the assumptions that you adopt today are used for the 6/30/2020 valuation, which is used to set the contributions for the fiscal year end 2022. So there's a 1-year lag between the valuation date and when the contributions based on that valuation become effective. And then they remain in effect for 1 year. The assumptions we're looking at are the price inflation, which we'll use for both the pension and the OPEB valuations, and the wage inflation, also used for both. Then we will also talk about the amortization payment increase rate. So when we set up that 15 or 20-year schedule, we don't set up level dollar payments like you would on your mortgage. We set up payments that actually increase each year. And the idea of that is to keep those payments a level percentage of pay or slightly declining percentage of pay each year. And for this plan, we actually use our inflation assumption, or have been using our inflation assumption as the increase rate each year. And then the discount rate or expected return on assets is the big one, and we'll get to that at the end. Roberto?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to make the point, it's not specifically about the economic assumptions, but you do have here next study in 2021 for the demographic. I just want to let the board know next year in 2021, and Bill, correct me if I'm mistaken, is 5 years from the last time we had an audit of your actuarial valuation. So I believe next year in 2021 will be possibly the next audit process of these annual actuarial evaluations. I just wanted to remind everyone of that. Thank you, Bill.
All right. So starting with price inflation, we think of this as the foundation for the other assumptions because our wage inflation can be thought of as price inflation plus a real wage growth element. The expected return can be thought of as price inflation plus a real rate of return. And for the healthcare, you can think of the increase in healthcare costs ultimately being price inflation plus a real per capita GDP growth or a real income growth rate. Our current assumption's 2.5%. This assumption has a very small direct impact on the valuation. So it's much more powerful as a component or building block. But in the valuation, things that would be affected by it, the tier 1 COLA is fixed at 3% and is completely independent of actual inflation. So it does not affect the tier 1 COLA. There is a guaranteed purchasing power provision that is affected by actual inflation, but it only applies to a very small group of retirees. So it will have a very limited impact on the valuation. The tier 2 COLAs are Bay Area inflation up to a maximum of 2%. And so with our assumption being greater than 2%, it doesn't really have an impact on those either. We start looking.
Bill, we got a question from Eswar real quick, if you don't mind.
Yeah, so thank you, Andrew. So tier 1 and tier 2 COLA is fixed by the city, right? We have no control over it.
You have no control over it, correct. The tier 1 COLA is just 3%, and that's set in the statute. The tier 2 COLA looks at Bay Area inflation, whatever it turns out to be, but it's a maximum of 2%.
Okay, thank you.
So Eswar, just a little piggyback on that. All benefits that are part of the retirement package is only negotiated by the city and the unions together. So the board, federated, and police and fire, we don't have any say or influence on what these benefits are. We just, implement whatever that contract is. And as Bill was saying on the tier 2 COLAs, It's a max up to 2% of CPI, the Bay Area. So if CPI is only 1.5%, this year, then their COLA is 1.5. But if it's 2.5, then they only get 2%.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's a good point. We've taken a somewhat conservative view for the tier 2 COLAs, because if you have 1.5%, you're not going to make it up in the future because you're maxed at 2%. And so we've typically just assumed the maximum, even though the average over a retiree lifetime has to be something slightly less than the maximum. It just gives us a slight margin of conservatism in our measure. I think we have a couple other questions.
You got Sunita?
To make sure I'm tracking this, if this is a fixed number, then what are we opining on?
We're really opining on the foundational assumption here that relates to the other assumptions. So it's really more important as a component of these other assumptions than it is directly as its own assumption.
Inflation assumption will be the same both on the liability and the asset side?
Sorry, I missed the beginning of that.
I guess I'm a little confused. When you say as a component, the COLAs really essentially drive the liability.
But also the wage inflation and the expected return.
So we'll use the COLA assumptions in the right side of these two equations. Is that right?
We use the price inflation. The COLA is defined by the plan, and only the tier 2 COLA depends on inflation.
Eswar, do you have another follow-up question?
Sorry, I need to bring my hand down. So.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, to set the price inflation assumption, we look at a number of different pieces of information. And the first piece is just looking at some survey information. So the Federal Reserve in Philadelphia publishes a survey of economic forecasters, and their 10-year inflation assumptions range from about 1.5% to 2.6%. The median in their survey is 2%. Then Horizon is a multi-employer actuarial firm, and they do a survey of investment consultants and what their assumptions are. And in their latest survey, the investment consultant assumptions range from 1.7 to 3, with a median of 2.1. We also, just as reference, we look at what other plans are doing. And so there's a public plan database that has about 200 large public pension plans in it and what their assumptions are. Those range from 1.75 to 3.75, but the median's about 2.5. And then we look at other plans in California, and it's a narrower range, but the median is about 2.75. And all of the information on this, the California plans, is in the appendix to this presentation. So if you want to look up any of the plans and what they used in their last valuation, it's there. We also look at break-even inflation, which is just the difference between the yield on a treasury and a yield on a treasury inflation protection security. And the chart shows what it was 10 years ago, what it was last year, and what it is this year. And so you can see this year, as of June, 5-year inflation was about 1%, 30-year at 1.6. So, and those have dropped quite a bit from where they were 10 years ago. Makita uses an assumption of 2.2% over 20 years. And we do like to stay close to what your investment consultant is using in the development of their capital market assumptions. So in the end, we are suggesting that you consider reducing the price inflation assumption from 2.5 to 2.25. Typically, the other thing I would point out is typically any of the economic assumptions, we try to make relatively small moves at a time. And if there's a larger move that we need to make, we make it over a couple of years so as not to create a significant adjustment in one valuation.
Howard, you have a question?
Yeah, just one quick question. And maybe this is just parsing it too much. In terms of going from 2.5 to 2.25, was there any other than sort of a gut feel why reduce it by 25 basis points, or was there another reason? And also, maybe this is for Roberto. How often have we tweaked the price inflation number assumption? I assume that's a factor of the macroeconomic environment.
It is a factor of the macroeconomic environment. We've tweaked it periodically as we've been tweaking the discount rates and the wage increase rates. But looking at sort of what the macroeconomic environment says inflation is.
Okay. All right, thank you.
And to your question about a 25 basis points, there's nothing magical about that. It's been fairly typical to look at moving things in 25 basis point increments, but that's not set in stone at all.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Harvey.
Yes, thank you. So, Bill, just a methodology question. On slides 17 and 18, you refer to a few sources, different sources of organizations or entities that make projections about the future. What level of confidence should the board have that those sources are any good at what they do? Do we backtest and see? They make projections 20 years ago, 10 years ago. So are they good at what they do? Should we rely on them?
I think, well, none of them are perfect at all. And the market changes. I think, let me go back through these. The survey of professional forecasters, those are mostly people who work for banks and investment firms. And so it definitely affects their own organization's profits and abilities. But I don't know that they've done any sort of regression on the individual forecasters and how good they've been. It's I think it's helpful to get a collection of forecasts and look at kind of the range of different people's forecasts rather than looking at one individual forecast that may be subject to much more error, as you're alluding to. Which I think is also why we look at the Horizon survey, because that's really a collection of investment consultants and how they are building their assumptions and the history of those assumptions. The survey information, the public plan database and the California survey, I take those more as just background environment. That's what other plans are doing, but that's not, I don't take that as rigorous of a projection as the professionals that are represented in the first two surveys. The break-even inflation is market data. And so if an investor thinks inflation is going to be higher than break-even inflation, they can place a bet in the investment markets to capture that. Or if they think it's going to be lower than the break-even inflation. So I look at this as sort of a consensus of investors and what their expectations are for inflation. Now, there are some minor adjustments to that in terms of locking up assets over a period of time and those sorts of things. But I think that's an important perspective there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, if I may. I asked the question not just about the inflation assumption, but all the economic assumptions, and frankly, the demographic assumptions as well, because I think one of the questions that is critical for the board to understand is it appears over a lengthy period of time that on a regular basis, quite frankly, we miss our projections, and we miss them by a big margin, which is in large part the reason why we are where we are with the funds funded ratio today. And so the question really that I'd like the board to understand and focus on is how good are we? What level of confidence should we have based on our ability in this assumption and other assumptions to predict the future? And if we're not very good at it, not through any fault of ours, but if this is the best we can do over 10, 15, 20 years, should we be building in a margin of error? I think what the actuaries refer to as a margin for adverse deviation to cushion the fact that we're actually not very good at making these kind of predictions, even though we rely on the best minds in the business. That doesn't seem to be meeting the obligations that we should be meeting on a regular basis. And so should we be working in some kind of a cushion, recognizing that the method that we've been using is missing the mark on a regular basis, year in and year out, over decades? Thank you.
Can I jump in here?
On that, is it regarding to Harvey's comments?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead then.
Yeah, I mean, if we think about the assumptions that we've used and are missing the mark, I know there's a slide in here, and I don't think we've actually gotten to it yet, that shows the historical change in interest rates. I think it's important to understand that we're in unprecedented times with respect to inflation and interest rates. That made it extremely difficult to be accurate with our forecast, because even the Federal Reserve has had to take unprecedented measures to deal with the environment we're in. So thinking about it from a margin of error is interesting, but the reality is, I think we all have this gut sense that we still have discount rate assumptions that are too high. And if we were immediately to move it to where we think we should be, we're going to create huge consequences for this plan in terms of its funded status and city contributions. And I don't know how we address that. there have been discussions at times where Bill said, look, you guys keep moving the goalpost. Maybe you should just set the goalpost where you want it to be, and instead of continually moving that goalpost. But it just seems so painful to think about getting there right now. And even that margin of error to me is a way of thinking about slowly moving the goalpost instead of just getting to where we should be at. There's something I wanted to add to this discussion, and Bill, you might want to comment on that and what the implication would be if we did take that drastic measure to get in line with the environment today.
So let me just chime in on this train of thought. I think this is really important when we're talking about the expected return on assets and the discount rate, because that has a dramatic impact on the plan. And there is, even if we're making the best estimate, the distribution in those best estimates of potential returns is fairly wide. And so talking about a margin for conservatism or a margin for adverse deviation is critical there. I think it's less important here when we're talking about the inflation and the wage inflation, because we're not getting the level of volatility, and the impact on the plan is not as significant here. So I guess I'd like to postpone a full airing of that discussion until we get to the expected return on assets, because we do have some slides showing that distribution, and the uncertainty around the future, it is a significant issue in that, with that assumption.
All right, that sounds good. Sunita, you have a question?
Yeah, just had some clarifying points. When were these surveys, as of what date were they on page 17?
Yeah, so the survey of economic forecasters was the third quarter. That means it's published in the third quarter. So I think the timing of the survey is probably around.
Oh yeah, you have it down here. Sorry, I missed that.
The Horizon survey, they label it 2020. I think it is based on the 2020 capital market assumptions for investment consultants, but those were typically set in December of 2019. And then the public plan database and the California survey, those are what were used in valuations in 2019.
A little bit of a follow-up on that, particularly the last one. Do we have a sense of what other pension plans, where they're heading on this assumption, given sort of the new environment we're in?
We are seeing some movement downward in these assumptions. We don't have a large amount of data because most of those plans are going through the process you're going through right now and making those decisions right now.
And then last question, on the next page, you have the tips and treasury data as of the last data point as of June 2020. And we're really looking at the fiscal year from June 2021 onward. Is that right for this exercise?
Well, the reason we use June 2020 is our valuation date is June 30th, 2020. But
it includes
yes,
2021
from there.
Okay. Actually, I lied. One more clarifying question.
No problem.
You said Makeda assumes 2.2%. So for which assumption is relevant for our valuation? What we're talking about here, or does Makeda override the assumption?
So Makeda's uses 2.2% in their capital market assumptions that that we will use later in this presentation to get at the expected return on assets. And so it's just a marker for consistency. If we're going to use their capital market assumptions to look at the expected return on assets, we don't want our inflation assumption to be too different from theirs. If ours is 2.5 and theirs is 2.2, I'm not concerned. So, but if we were assuming 3 and they're assuming 2.2, that creates some inconsistency in our assumptions, and we probably need to address that difference.
Why would you both not use the same? I guess that's my question.
Well, Makitas will change every year based on market conditions, and we tend to not move our assumption as frequently.
Okay.
There's also typically some conservatism in having a higher inflation assumption in the valuation, as long as you're not also using that to increase your expected rate of return.
Eswar.
Yeah, thank you, Andrew. So just to go, when we talk about the 3% for tier 1 COLA, is that both for the liability assumption for current employees, the expected, I guess, cost of living adjustment for retirees?
Yeah, so when we do the valuation, we project someone's benefits into the future. And once they are projected to retire, we assume that that benefit amount increases 3% every year.
Okay, so this price inflation we're calculating is relevant for tier 2, I guess, to some extent, and also for the healthcare trust. Is that correct?
And it could affect our wage inflation assumption, which we'll get to next, because wage inflation, so salary increases, across the board salary increases.
Okay, so that's over and beyond the cost of living adjustment.
For salaries, not for benefits.
Okay, got it. Okay, thank you.
So I don't think you should come to a conclusion yet on an inflation assumption. I think you want to go through all these assumptions and then kind of, we want a consistent package of assumptions. So let me go through the wage inflation piece. And we look at this fairly quickly, I think. So in our valuation, we project salaries, and there are 2 components to that. One is wage inflation, which is the across the board salary increases that are given to everybody, or assumed to be given to everybody. And then the other component we talk about in terms of merit or longevity, but it's step increases, promotions, those sorts of things. Those are dealt with separately as a part of our demographic study. So we'll look at those again next year. Here, we're just looking at the across the board salary increases. And normally we expect those across the board salary increases to be a little higher than inflation because we've had a long history of real wage growth. Our current assumption for this is 3.25%, and it's the 2.5% price inflation plus this 0.75% real wage growth assumption. So we're assuming wages will grow on average 75 basis points higher than inflation. We get some data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. There's a little bit of delay, so the data we have is through March 31st for their data, looking at US-wide local government wage growth over 5, 10, and 20 years compared to US inflation. And so you can see that the real wage growth has varied quite a bit. Okay, and some of that, I think, is in the Great Recession, we saw some lower real wage growth and then some makeup for that lower real wage growth. And if you look at San Jose's experience, it's more extreme in the variability. One, we're using Bay Area inflation here instead of US inflation, and Bay Area inflation has been quite a bit higher than US inflation over this time period. And so the real wage growth, we had a negative period that was really largely affected by that 10% across the board salary reduction in the Great Recession. But there's significant variability. The other thing we look at is what's in the current bargaining agreements. The police bargaining agreement has expired, and there's just a status quo extension for 1 year. Fire has 3 more years in their bargaining agreement. They've got 4.25% increases for 2 years, and then a 3% increase after that. If we look at other California plans, they range from 2.75 to 3.5. About half the plans in the survey are at 3.25 last year, which includes our plan. We're suggesting that we change this a little bit and get a little more complex and reflect the current bargaining agreements, and then have an ultimate rate of 3% after the bargaining agreements expire. So that would mean for fire, we would project 4.25% increases for 2 years, and then 3% thereafter. And for police, we just assume 3%. Does that make sense? Any questions on what we're proposing there?
And Bill, this is Andrew. Just thinking down the road, past this contract and what you're just talking about, is this new way of thinking is something you're proposing going forward? So it will be adjusted basically yearly to match the current contracts?
Yes. So in the past, one of the complications with doing this was that we had set the amortization payment increase rate to be equal to this assumption, and having different numbers for different years complicates that amortization payment schedule. But since we've separated those now, it makes it easier for us to build in the actual agreements for the time period that they exist, and then converge to our long-term assumption.
So in that case, then the wage or the inflation that we were just talking about on the other slide from 2.5 to 2.25, it's not going to affect this ratio anymore because we were just going to match the contract.
But it affects our ultimate rate. So our ultimate rate, the reason we're going to 3% from 3.25 would be to keep our 75 basis point real wage growth to the 2.25 inflation.
Okay, thanks.
It just happens to match the last year of the fire contract.
Yeah. Any other questions for Bill? All right.
Okay. So the amortization payment increase rate, last year or the year before, I forget when we made the change, we changed it from the wage inflation rate to tie it to price inflation, which flattened out our projection of payments and gives us a little bit of a margin so that we expect those payments to just gradually decline as a percentage of payroll instead of staying level. That way, if payroll doesn't grow as fast as we expect, it's less likely to cause an increase in those contribution rates. And so just being consistent with the policy we adopted, if we reduce the inflation assumption to 2.25, we'd recommend reducing this assumption to 2.25 as well. So now the discount rate. This is, we've talked about it, it's the most powerful single assumption. And if you think back to the tank chart, or just think about the equation, ultimately the sources of funding for the pension benefits are either contributions or earnings on the investments. And so this assumption helps us split our budget between the two. And so if we expect a higher return, we're expecting more investment earnings, and that requires fewer or lower contributions. If we expect a lower return, then that means we'll need higher contributions because we're not getting as much from the investments. Over time, it's not really the expectation that matters, it's what actual investment returns are, and we end up adjusting. The expectation is really a budgeting mechanism that we want to use to try and keep our contributions relatively level. So when we're choosing the discount rate, we do look at historical experience, we do look at surveys, but those are really just about setting a context and making sure we understand the environment. Really what we're looking at is what are the expectations for the future built off of capital market assumptions. And then to Harvey's point, how much risk does the board want to take in terms of meeting that assumption? Do we want to build in a margin for some adverse deviation? So if we look at our expected versus actual returns historically, the red line here is the assumed return. Blue is the return on the market value. Green is the return on that smoothed actuarial value. So like in 2010, we got a 15.5% return on the market value, but because we had the losses in 2008 and 2009, even though we had gains in 2007, the return on that smoothed actuarial value was only 2.2%. So if you look at this, you can see on a market value basis, we've gone above or below the assumption. On the smooth basis, we've pretty much been below the assumption, except for in 2014 and 2015. And so that means it's driven increases in costs. Here we're looking at historically what California plans have used as their discount rates for the last 11 years. And you can see we started out kind of in the middle of the pack, maybe a little bit high compared to the middle of the pack, but things were pretty narrowly arranged between 7.75 and 8.25 in 2009. And then we led the pack in reducing our discount rate over that time period. The pack is now catching up with us a little bit. We still are low compared to other systems, but there are systems now that are lower than San Jose. And so this chart just breaks down the assumptions currently used by California plans, or assumptions used in 2019. We have seen a continued reduction in these assumptions, but you can see the vast majority of the plans are using 7%. There are only 4 plans. 2 of them are the San Jose plans that use 6.75, and there are 2 plans now at 6.5. I know a couple of these 7% plans have adopted 6.75 for 2020. So there will be more in the 6 3/4 bucket going forward. What's driven that is really this decline in interest rates. So we think in terms of an expected risk premium as how much do we have to earn above the yield on a 10-year treasury to meet our expected return. And if you go back in time in 1995, the yield on the 10-year treasury was 6.2%. So with our 8% assumption, we just had to beat that by 1.8%. But interest rates have dropped, and for the last 5 years, they've been in the 2 to 3 range. And so even with our reduced discount rates, we're expecting to exceed the yield on the 10-year treasury by about 460 basis points or 470 basis points. For 2020, we have another severe drop in the yield on the 10-year treasury down below 1% to 0.7. I think the question here is that a temporary COVID-related drop, or is it something that's going to remain for a period of time? And so this chart's not showing the movement each year, but the yield on the 10-year treasury bounces around. And if it stays in the 1% or 3/4% range, it's going to make it very difficult for us to achieve a 6 3/4% return. And so we may be looking at further reductions in the discount rate. Does that mean we need a reduction this year? I think that depends on your view of how permanent the 0.7 is and how much of that is a temporary thing. So we looked at Makita's capital market assumptions as well as the average assumptions in that Horizon survey of investment consultants and apply it to San Jose's asset allocation. So this plan's asset allocation. Now Makita's update, normally investment consultants just update their capital market assumptions in December each year, or based on the market in December each year. But because of the pandemic, Makita has updated their capital market assumptions mid-year. So these are more updated assumptions. I think the Horizon assumptions are based on the market conditions in December of 2019. Over a 10-year period, Makita is only expecting 5.9% based on your asset allocation, 6.9 over a longer 20-year period. There's significant variation though, and so these give sort of percentile ranges based on the volatility of their of the portfolio and Makita's capital market assumptions. So typically we'd want the assumption to be around the 50th percentile and not stray too far. And this is also the question of where you build in some margin for adverse deviation and how much margin should you build in. This is a new chart we haven't presented to you before, but wanted to look at how much those capital market assumptions change from year to year and how that affects where we set the discount rate. And so the bottom of the bar represents Makita's 10-year expectation for your portfolio. And the top of the bar represents Makita's 20-year expectation for your portfolio. And so you can see how that's moved around over the last years and where we've kept the assumptions. So typically we're keeping it between the 10 and 20-year assumption and not moving too quickly. And so here this year, given the rapid change and kind of the uncertainty about where things are going forward, we're suggesting that you consider either staying at 6 3/4, we think is still reasonable, or you could take a 25 basis point adjustment to 6.5. So I see we've got some hands up.
You got some questions. Eswar.
Yeah, hey, Bill. So on the previous page, you mentioned there's a 20 basis points difference between your calculation and Makita's calculation. Do you know why that is the case?
No, we don't. So it could just be some rounding because Makita provided us their geometric return by each asset class and standard deviation.
Mm-hmm.
And we had to convert the geometric to arithmetic returns to do a calculation for the portfolio. And
yeah.
So some of it could just be some rounding differences in how those numbers are handled. But we didn't try and resolve that difference.
Okay, thank you.
Vince?
Yeah, thank you. If you go back to the slide on slide 27. So the biggest challenge I see is if we're thinking about investing from a longer term time horizon, say 20 years, and we set our discount rate closer to that number, and I think we've actually undershot it to, in essence, take in consideration that margin of success and safety. The 10-year number is perennially below the 20-year. And as a result, we could be right over a 20-year period, but the plan can continue to become underfunded over the next 10 years, similar to what's been happening in the last 10 years. First of all, is that a correct assumption?
Your analysis is correct. Whether you should be using a 10 or 20 year is something that's been debated in the actuarial community just because of the dynamic you're talking about. In the past, actuaries said, well, you should use 20 or 30-year assumptions because of the length of the liabilities, but you do have to live through the shorter term. We also note here that 40% of the present value of benefits gets paid out in the next 10 years. And 70% gets paid out in the next 20. 50 is somewhere, I think, around 12 or 13 years. So we've been pushing to weight this a little bit more heavily to the 10-year. On the other hand, the 10-year assumption moves around a lot more. Both assumptions move around a fair amount. And because we are long-term, we don't necessarily want to bounce around too much.
Right, and I get this. The challenge I see for us, Bill, we continue to struggle for this, is that if we use the 10-year number, we have a greater probability of closing the gap and becoming fully funded in that 10-year period. But as Drew has continued to point out, that means we are whipping the current members more aggressively, and there's this unfair balance in terms of the members that are either active or not active in the plan. I know I'm not describing that part of it correctly. If we don't take that 10-year into consideration, then we have a problem like we have today, continuing to educate the stakeholders on why our funded ratio continues to sit in the range that it does and why we have trouble making progress, because we continue to underperform that 10-year number. I mean, this is a dilemma, and I don't know how we're supposed to try and resolve this. I think our board needs some specific guidance on how to do that.
So I think it is a dilemma, and what you alluded earlier to me saying that you should just set the goalposts where you think they should be, and then figure out how to fund it. That works really well, I think, in terms of the city's contribution, because we can adjust the amortization schedules and figure out an affordable way, or at least what we perceive to be an affordable way to get there, and manage the increases over time. The flip side of that makes this more complex is what you just alluded to, which is if we reduce the discount rate substantially, that increases member contributions substantially. And there is no benefit of conservatism to the members on their contributions. And you're looking at generational equity issues in terms of the different members. So there isn't like a formula that we could run that tells you what the right answer is, because you have to make some judgments between those different pieces and how you want to handle it. Now, the other piece to keep in mind is that the actuarial process will, when you underperform, we take that amount of underperformance and set up an amortization schedule and stick it in the contribution for the next 15 years. So if you're just consistently missing by a small amount over 5 or 10 years, you'll adjust the contribution level to reflect that.
Thanks, Bill.
Howard.
I would agree with what Vince said, and I have a question, but my comment would be, and I don't know how easy this might be to do, is, or at least for me, for guidance, is there a way to do some sensitivity analysis where you could, you can change whatever direction, say in this case, tweaking it downward, the discount rate, and seeing the effects on contribution impacts on a dollar basis or percentage basis, as well as UAL, and maybe what the tweaks could be on amortization schedules. I mean, that's my comment on that. And then my question is just on the chart. The gray boxes are defined by 10-year and 20-year expected returns, but where do they come from?
The expected returns come from Makita, your investment consultant.
Oh, okay. Because I was just looking at the chart above in slide 26, and I couldn't.
So yeah, it doesn't. So the 5.9 and 6.9 are our calculations. We noted here that Makitas are about 20 basis points higher.
Oh, okay.
And so we reflected the 20 basis points here, 6.1 to 7.
Okay. Yeah, so yeah, I don't know if it's possible to have some sort of sensitivity matrix or not, if that's just not something that's easily produced. Thank you.
We can produce that. And we can, if I can flip, well, hold on here. We're proposing a couple different changes that work in opposite directions. And so I would like to get a sense from the board about the number of options we should look at and give you pricing on. But if we just reduce the discount rate by 25 basis points, I think you're looking at like a $10 or $12 million increase for the city. And that would be offset somewhat by reducing the wage inflation assumption.
Bill, you said 10 to 20. You said 10 to 12 million increase.
We can get more precise numbers, that's based on the 2019 valuation instead of the 2020 valuation.
And just to get a clarification, that is basically per year, right?
Yeah, that would be the increase just for next year.
Okay. Okay. Howard, did you have a follow-up question?
No, sorry. I'll take my hand down. Thank you.
Oh, it's no problem. Just want to make sure that you got all your questions you had. Sunita.
Yeah, I think Howard asked most of mine, but I still had a couple of them. You said, and the most latest one, you said it's offset by reducing the wage inflation. Could you elaborate that on that a little bit?
So our long-term wage inflation assumption right now is 3.25%. So we're projecting salaries to go up by 3.25% each year, plus promotions and longevity increases. We're proposing to reduce that essentially to 3% while recognizing some short-term increases that are higher than that. That means we will be projecting lower salaries, which means lower benefits and lower liabilities. And so that would offset for the active members, that would offset part of the impact of the discount rate. It doesn't do anything to our valuation of people who are already receiving benefits.
But it would be logical that if we reduce the discount rate, that inflation also is lower, essentially.
Yes.
Yes, would be the same direction of assumptions. The other question I had was, given where the returns at Makeda, two questions. The returns in Makeda calculator, or you calculate based on Makeda, what asset allocation is that? The current asset allocation or the strategic asset allocation target?
It's the strategic asset allocation target.
Okay. And then the other question was, given where interest rates are, how do we justify the inflation assumption? Wouldn't that essentially be negative real interest rates?
Yes, I think we have negative real interest rates. If you look at 10-year tips, they're negative.
So in your investment assumptions or Makeda's investment assumptions, that would be one of the assumptions. Is that the way to think about it?
Yeah, I think hold on here. Here we have Makeda's assumptions and the asset allocation.
Oh, okay. Makes sense. Okay, thank you. So, I mean, I agree with Howard. It's certainly very helpful to have at least some sort of a sensitivity table that says, what is the duration of the liabilities? How does that change with the wage inflation assumption? And how does the contribution numbers change with the within some range? Obviously, we can't go less than, say, 100 basis points below where we are in terms of the assumed discount rate. So some sort of analysis, sensitivity analysis, will help us understand the trade-offs a little better, at least for the newer ones here.
Yeah. So would you want to see essentially? Well, we've shown the current assumptions, but we can keep that as the base. But sort of a table looking at discount rates of 6.75 and 6.5, and then the current wage inflation, and then reducing the wage inflation. So you'd have 4 sets of numbers.
I mean, it's such a multidimensional problem. We'll probably have to pick these two as the levers, so to speak.
Right. Yeah,
I think that would help.
We can easily bring that back in December and give you the 4 different numbers to help make a final decision.
One other thing, I don't know how the other trustees feel about, given where we are, I don't know, are we going to vote on this today or in December? Because in December, we'll have a little bit more information on hopefully on what the next president and policies look like. So that might influence some of this. So I'm just wondering when we need to opine on this.
So historically, what we've done is Bill does a presentation like this. As you see on this page, these are items that the trustees will have discussions on, and will make it we'll give them direction. We'll say, okay, can you come back with us, reflecting the 2.25, price inflation, but keep the discount rate at 6.75 or drop at 6.75. We'll give him parameters to work with, and he'll come back next month with those, and it'll show how that has affected contributions for the city, for the members, and so forth. So if there's something that we are looking for and want to get more better details or numbers or what it will do to everything, this is the opportunity to do it. We try and keep it pretty simple to maybe a 2 or 3 things versus giving them 5 to 7 items to work, or scenarios. So that's going to be part of the discussion that we're about to just start having.
Okay, thanks.
Roberto.
Thank you, Andrew. So first, let me just start with the comment that I make every year. I want to thank not only Bill for the presentation, but the trustees for, I just can't say this enough, your engagement, the kind of question that you're asking, and this is not just me talking. Bill presents to many boards across the nation, and he has always told me that he gets very interesting questions and the most challenging work from mostly the police and fire and federated boards, which as an actuary, obviously, he may be smiling because he enjoyed doing that. But in any rate, I just want to remind everyone, and I don't know if council will speak to this at some point, the ultimate responsibility as a trustee, and you heard council present that in his fiduciary training a couple of weeks ago, is to the membership of the plan. I mean, that goes without question. But I think this is also important that you're keeping track and think about implications and impact to stakeholders, and in this case, plan sponsor, obviously, that's also important because they are the ones that have to write the check. So it's a very challenging balancing act. I don't envy you on having to make this decision. I think you have received a lot of information, and I think, as Andrew indicated, over the history of these presentations, the board has asked Kyron to come back with some options so they can then make a final action on the matter at the December meeting once they get a chance to see the different numbers. My only comment on that would be, even though the discount rate consideration as 6 3/4 to be reduced to 6 1/2, you recall in the joint meeting with the city council, their budget for this coming year is better than they expected after the COVID estimates. But they're not really sure how the next couple of years are going to look, given some of the challenges that may be facing ahead. So one of the possible options is, you may want to get to 6 1/2, but it may take you 1, 2, or 3 different years to get there. So I wonder if 6 5/8 is an option that the board will also consider, somewhere in between, so you can just go through that process to eventually make it 6 1/2. Once you see the impact. Now, that will mean that Kyron will have to do a little more work by providing you all those 3 numbers at your next board meeting. But this is just a suggestion. It's really up to the board to decide and provide direction to Kyron. And ultimately, Bill, my only question really was the $10 to $12 million in increases in contributions at 6 1/2. That's also taking into account decreasing the price inflation from 2 1/2 to 2 1/4.
No, it's not.
So if they do that, that number will be even smaller than 10 to 12.
Yes.
Not by a lot, but does that make sense? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I was understood. So those are my comments and questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you much for allowing me to comment on this. Thank you, Bill, and for the presentation.
Thank you, Roberto. Drew, see your hand up.
Yeah, so I haven't weighed in yet. So what the hell? It's probably time for me to weigh in. Hey, Bill, what I'm going to tell you right now is going to seem a little odd because I'm going to both compliment you highly and then smack you, right? So, Bill, I think you're as good as they come. And I think you're really, really good at what you do. So I think we're sort of, as Roberto said, at the top of our game, and I like you, Bill, and I respect you. Bill, this is wholly inadequate to the job we need to do. This is enormously disappointing to me after almost a decade on this board. So how do I square those two things? Bill, we need to up our game. Your profession is not delivering to us the level of information and analysis that we need. I see startup companies every week, Bill, that are analyzing systems much more complicated than this and to a much greater level of interactive querying in detail. So I don't think I'm smacking you, Bill, because I know you're very good and I have an enormous amount of respect for you. But Bill, this is inadequate to the task that we need to do. I can look at this presentation. I can listen to what you say. And you saw our new trustees doing this. I can think of 100 questions to ask Bill, and those questions don't have ready answers, and they should and they must. So I'm sort of putting you guys on warning, Bill. You know, this board has, in its bravery, decided to let me be chairman again, and I'm going to devote my chairmanship, Bill, to cracking this problem. Because this is just not enough, Bill. I mean, I'm going through these slides, I'm looking at them last night, night before, and I'm running numbers, and I keep coming up with different answers. And so, Bill, for over the next year or two, as long as I'm chairman, I want to know how we got here precisely. I want to have a model of this that I can work with, right? And when we have this conversation 2 years from now, Bill, I want to have an enormous amount of confidence that I know where I've been, I know where I am, I know where I'm going, and as I make these decisions, I feel confident I've done the best I can. And I certainly recognize, Bill, you've done a really good job. You've been telling us all this stuff forever, but I still can't get my hands around this, Bill. I don't think this is your fault, Bill, but it's got to change because I am not confident in what we're doing. And Bill, I'm complimenting you and smacking at the same time, Bill. So feel free to compliment me back and smack me. But Bill, how do we get from here to a place a year, 2 or 3 from now, where I'm listening to Sunita. Sunita says, Drew, I'm used to dealing with complex models. I mean, Sunita, I'm sure you agree with me. This is something I can't quite get my hands around. I've been doing this now for a long time. Bill, yell at me for a while.
Mr. Chair.
Well, I'm not going to yell at you because I appreciate the way you challenge us. I think that is good for all involved. I think we need, there are 2 things. First, these are preliminary valuation results. So we, at the time we present the economic assumptions, we are just getting our arms around what the current valuation is. And so we don't have all of our models built yet. And all of that. So I appreciate that in order to make these decisions, you do want more modeling information. And we're just in the stage of the process where that's not quite available yet, but it will be next month. Now, having said that, I think you're also saying that those models don't give you enough information, even when we add all those different pieces in. And that is, you know, I think there's a fundamental challenge there, bringing in, the combinations of the capital market models, the actuarial models, the city budget revenue models, and modeling behavior related to the retirement system. So I would appreciate your challenges and focus us on the questions and what in particular is lacking from those models. I think, I guess I'm not quite sure what historically is not clear, although I know for purposes of the presentation, we did try and simplify things and boil some things down to some key factors. But I'd like to hear more specifics about what you would like to see about the historical path that this plan is taking.
Yeah, Bill, you said something really smart at the Hayes Mansion offsite a year or two ago, and you said, yeah, Drew, Ann and I keep thinking there's maybe this notion of sort of tree rings, sort of how did we get here? How did the tree grow over the last 10 or 20 or 30 years? I can't even answer the question categorically, Bill. What's been the impact on deviation in liabilities and deviation in assets over the last couple of decades, and how has that got us in this position? I can go back to the deck you just showed, Bill. I've got a spreadsheet here in front of me I just put together that says that actually over the last decade, we've done an excellent job of delivering to our discount rate, to a deviation that only accounts for about $150 million over the last decade. And yet I know that the actual deviation in plan assets and fund actuarial liability is quite a bit higher than that. So I really like your sort of tree ring. So how do I go back and say, this is an organic, almost dynamic system. It's evolving over time. Where are we accumulating these warts? How are they building, and how are we going to get rid of them? And I consider myself to be a reasonably smart guy, Bill. I mean, I can't see something, I say, well, is that me or is that the thing? And I'm pretty sure it's not me. I've been doing this for a long time. I'm pretty sure it's the thing. So we've got time, Bill. It doesn't have to get answered next month or two. But Bill, work with us. I want you to be able to sit here and say, this plan is in trouble. Here are the 5 reasons why it's in trouble. Here's when they happened. Here's why they happened. Here's the stack ranking of those 5 reasons. And here's what we're going to do so we don't make that mistake again. Bill, my degrees are in feedback and feedback engineering in modern systems theory, adaptive systems. And I don't see the feedback loops. I know we're doing the right thing to lower the discount rate, but I'm not quite sure, as Vince said, so where do we kind of end up? And, Bill, you said something else over time that's really stuck with me, and that is, Drew, the assets and the liabilities don't have to have the same discount rate. And it seems crystal clear to me, I think you've been sort of hinting at this just for a long time, Bill, that discounting the liabilities back at the expected rate of return of the assets is simply not the right thing to do. And that something closer to probably the rate on a pension obligation bond is probably closer to an appropriate discounting factor to use on the liabilities. And so then I think, well, okay, that makes sense. There's plenty of stuff on the internet. You've brought up a bunch of times, Bill. Okay, how do we actually model that? And how can I go back and look at the last 20 or 30 years and say, had I in fact chosen 2 different discount rates historically, would I be in a much better position today? So, and then I'm well aware, if we go with a 10-year return on assets and we discount the liabilities back at, say, the rate of a pension obligation bond, good Lord, Bill, I mean, we're going to double what the city's giving us. We're going to bankrupt the city. So, Bill, yeah, I don't expect you to answer it. I sort of want you to know that I'm stepping back into chairman's role. I'm going to make your life challenging, to say the least, for the next year or two. And I see you smiling. So that's either you saying, oh, great, time to look for a new job, or that's you saying you're looking forward to it.
Bill, Drew, it sounds like there's going to be a lot of conversation that we'll need to be having around this on the record and off the record to try and sort this out and get to where Drew, your vision is. Just want to interrupt real quick. I know, Dick, I saw you want to speak in a second. I was hoping you could give me 1 minute, please. Vince does have to jump off this call for 1 minute, or he has 1 minute left before he has to jump off this call. Vince, anything you want to share before you have to jump off?
And just a couple things. Harsh statement, but probably true, Drew, in terms of challenging the actuaries. And I think we've been at the forefront of trying to be ahead of things. At the same time, I have to say, ironically, I'm cleaning out my office because they're going to remodel the office. And I came across the Wall Street Journal article from March of 2011. And in that article, they talked about the actuaries versus local governments. And at that time, the actuaries were telling CalPERS that they should be lowering their discount rate, and they refused to accept the actuaries' advice. So, I'm trying to be fair in how I look at what's happening within this industry. There's a lot of work we're trying to figure it all out together. But as I've got to depart, I'm just going to make a motion. If it flows through, great. I know you're not completely done with the presentation, but I want to put it on the table. Consider lowering the discount rate from 6.75 to 6.625, or 6 5/8, that is. And as they have recommended, reducing the price assumption from 2.5% to 2.25%. And the wage inflation would be set at 3%. Everything else I would keep as is in terms of amortizations. Wouldn't change that. So that's my motion. If you want to see if there's a second on that, and then I've got.
Oh boy, Vince, this is Drew. I will absolutely second that before you leave. I think that's a smart move.
And we could come back at the next meeting and obviously see what those numbers look like, and determine, if we in fact want to accept that or not, per the new trustees' questions about seeing scenarios.
Okay. I missed the very first part. Part of your motion for the price inflation, drop it to 6.25 or keep it at 6.5.
No, price inflation, Andrew, is 2.5, and their recommendation was to reduce it to 2.25.
Correct. And you agreed to that, or that's part of your
Correct.
motion? Okay.
Correct.
I just wanted to clarify that. Okay. All right. So we got a motion by Vince, a second by Drew. Thank you, Vince, for the recommendation and for the input today. I know you got to jump off, so I appreciate your participation.
All right. Take care.
Mr. Chairman, question?
Yes.
Thanks. Is this a direction from the board to Chiron to come back with the analysis based upon these recommendations, not a motion for the board to actually adopt these recommendations?
Harvey, thank you for clarifying it, because yes, that's exactly what I'm hoping for, that it would be a recommendation to come back with those. And I'm just trying to put a stake in the ground for us.
Gotcha. Okay, so it's direction, Mr. Chairman, not a motion to adopt.
Okay, thank you, Harvey and Vince, for the clarification. Mr. Santos, thank you for waiting patiently.
No, it's okay. Do you want to take the roll call for that motion?
We're going to have a discussion first, and then we'll go ahead and do a roll call.
No, thank you, Vince. Real quick, I didn't think Drew was harsh at all. He's just a true professional. Refreshing my memory, and I think I'm correct, about 3 years ago, we were going to make a change on an actuary, and actually Drew was the deciding vote not to make a change. He said, let's give it some time or whatever have you. I'm not here to kick Bill. I think Bill's a fine gentleman, and I'm sure he's doing the best he can. But, I don't have those answers when my retirees call me, or even active members or whatever have you, or people who work in the stock markets or whatever have you. I don't have those answers. And it's a challenging time. I would say, knowing Drew, it's a yellow flag is up. And I think this is I thought everything he said was right on the money. And we need to be more proactive in this. As far as I'm concerned, you saved Chiron here about 3 years ago, again, with that one vote, and said, give it time. Well, it is time. Unfortunately, the stock market is very volatile. We don't even know who's going to be president right now. It's a very difficult time, challenging with C-19, you name it. But as a retiree, I'm very, very concerned because our young people tell you are paying in, and many of us are leaving this earth quicker than hell, and things ain't going good. And cost of living is a major, major contribution to us. And so we've got to really, this is called business, and this is what it's all about. And I support Drew 100%. And thank you very much. And I thank you, Bill, for your presentation. I thank Vince for making the motion to move forward in the right direction. So that's just my 2 cents. And I feel better when I speak. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Trustee Santos. I see a few hands. Sunita.
I guess I just want to make sure I understood what Vincent was suggesting as the sensitivity. I kind of got lost in his numbers. Did somebody get that?
Yeah, so from what I captured was looking at this page right now, price inflation, we will drop from the direction is to go from 2.5 to 2.25. Wage inflation, basically what is recommended there to reflect the current negotiated increases and reduce ultimate assumption of 3%. And the discount rate to drop it from 6.75 to 6 5/8.
We will come back with numbers before we, going back to what Harvey asked, before we decide whether this is the right direction. Is that
That's
right?
correct. So
Okay.
this is directions to Bill. Him and his office will work on giving us new numbers, or what that will look like in regards to employer and sponsors contributions, and come back in December for us to review and have further discussion. And if we're happy with that at the time, then we would vote to approve it. If there's some concerns, or we want some more research done or answers, then we can always send it back. So we will not need a motion, or sorry, we will not need, since it's only directions, we will not need to do a roll call vote, but we do need to be clear on what direction, and so that's what discussion is about. So if there's any other input from any other trustees, let's have that conversation now. Eswar, sorry, Sunita,
Yeah.
was there any other questions you had?
Thank you very much.
Okay, Eswar?
Yeah, since it's just direction, why don't we run it both at 6.625 and 6.5? 6.5 kind of being an average of, the expected returns over 10 and 20 years. And we can see what the impact is. Again, I do realize that, we have to consider the impact on the stakeholders, San Jose, the city, but why not just look at the numbers? We're not, we're not bound by it.
Okay. No, we could definitely give that directions to Bill. So exact same criteria that Vince laid out, but instead of 6 and 6.25, it will be 6.5 also.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. One of my concerns is, and we'll see it in the numbers in December, is the impact on the sponsor. Last year we went from 186 million to 205 million. This year, as it is, if we left everything the same, we're looking another $10 million increase from 205 to 216. If we drop the interest rate by 1/8%, that's going to add somewhere between $5 to $6-7 million, based off the rough numbers Bill mentioned about 25 basis points will add 10 to 12 million. And we're in a time where revenue is uncertain for the city. So this is, I am in agreement, or I like the idea of looking at the 6.5 and 6 5/8, but then it just concerns me about increasing the city's obligation for this year, jumping it from 10 million up to potentially 5 million or 15 million to 20 million extra. Is Bill, if we did look at the 6 and 5/8 or 6.5, is there anything we could do or that you would recommend to try and smooth or drop, the sponsor's payment a little bit? Maybe that is increasing, 1 or 2 years amortization or something like that, like we've done, I think, last year.
Yeah, so I was just trying to, let me get back to the projections here. What slide was that?
And Andrew, I'm not saying we pick 6.5. I'm just saying let's look at the numbers.
Oh,
So
absolutely. I understand. And I'm just saying, this is I don't disagree with lowering the discount rate, either, to 6.5 or 6 5/8. It just raises a concern about in a time where the city's actually, hurting this year in regards to the revenue and not knowing what the revenue is going to look like. Is it the best idea for us to now increase their payments, $10 to $20 million? So, and that's why I'm asking Bill, is there something, if we did drop it, is there something that we could smooth out to lessen the impact?
So the immediate thing that comes to mind is last valuation, we smoothed out the amortization payments so that the prior year we had some significant ups and downs, and we rearranged things to smooth things out. We decided not to smooth out this drop from 2022 to 2023 of it going from 216 to 209 million. So we could look at smoothing that out, which would have the effect of reducing the 2022 contribution, but increasing the 2023 contribution.
Okay.
So there's no free lunch here. You have to make the payments eventually.
Absolutely.
But we can adjust the pattern within reason. And I think we made some really good adjustments last year, but that was the one. And I think from a pre-pandemic viewpoint, we thought, well, let's get that paid off. So we could look at an adjustment there that would smooth that transition.
Okay.
I mean,
no, I would.
wouldn't one of the, sorry.
No, I appreciate that. Sunita, go ahead.
Oh, wouldn't one of the levers be reducing the cost of living adjustment assumption more? From, where do you have it now? Forget.
To the extent it reduced wage inflation.
Yeah, because if we think COVID has a structural impact for a while, that could be a legitimate reduction in the liability. I'm not saying that's the contract, but certainly it'll help smooth the numbers.
Yeah.
I don't know how much of an impact it'll have, but that's something maybe you could look at.
Okay.
Yeah, so do you want us to look at 2.75 wage inflation as opposed to 3, just so you have that sensitivity?
Yeah. Just, to address Andrew's concern, I think it's a legitimate one. And if we're going to see lower interest rates, negative interest rates, and hopefully inflation will also be lower, that reduces the liability impact. I realize it's only for the current employees, but it's another sort of,
right,
lever, I guess.
Sunita, would you be open, for the directions trying to, between, what we're thinking about is give the discretion to Bill, and, if that is smoothing out 1 year, next year to drop it, or to look at the inflation for him just to come back since that's what they do.
Yeah, it was just a suggestion. I think all I'm saying is there are other levels we can manage, I think, at least that's my perception, not model this. And yeah, it was just a suggestion. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't want to be too specific, I guess. I agree.
We'll come back with specific numbers for the specific scenarios that have been laid out, but we'll also have the interactive model, and we'll build in some dynamics so we could approximate some other changes, like going to 2.75 on the rate
Okay.
of inflation. And we'll have an adjustment built in on the amortization on the thing I just noted. We could look at some other adjustments there potentially. So if when we're reviewing it, we think there are some options that would make sense, we might make those available in the interactive model as well.
Okay, perfect. And Sunita, what he's talking about, they do have a little platform software where we are able to manipulate the numbers and see it live and how that affects everything. So he'll be providing that tool next meeting. I'm going to look at the hands. Roberto.
I apologize, Andrew. I spoke already and I didn't take it down. I will take it down.
Okay. Sounds good. Sunita just spoke. Harvey?
Yeah, thank you. Not to the items that are going to be studied and brought back. I think those are terrific. But to help the board get its arms around this discounting of liabilities, I wanted to ask two questions to see either today or for Bill to come back and that relate to discounting liabilities. One of them keys off of what Drew was asking about, which is because Bill, the presentation uses two phrases interchangeably. One is the assumed rate of return, which is the assumed rate of return as how the assets are assumed to grow. And the other is discount rate, which is the idea of discounting liabilities back to present value, if I have that right. And the question, I think Drew alluded to it, if not more directly, is what is the correlation between those two? And why should the rate at which we discount liabilities have anything to do with the rate at which assets are assumed to grow with investment returns? So that's the first thing. I'd like the board to understand why those are related and what the correlation are about that. And the other one is just a mechanical thing about projecting these liabilities. If we know that Tier 1 is locked into a 3% COLA, in other words, future benefits, once they're in pay status, are going to grow with 3% every year for all Tier 1, regardless of inflation. And we know that Tier 2, we're going to assume, you're assuming that it will grow with a 2% COLA every year. And those amounts are equal to or greater than the rate of inflation that you're assuming, essentially, over the same period of time. Why is there any present valuing going on at all? If we know those benefits are going to be growing with those COLAs that will collectively exceed the rate of inflation, why do we assume, why is there this discount of future liabilities going on in the system at all? So hope that makes some sense. Those are two things I think the board needs to understand. One, the correlation between a discounting of liabilities to present value and the assumption of investment returns. What do they have to do with each other? And two, this idea that in San Jose, we know that COLAs are the benefit COLAs are going to increase in the future at greater than the rate of inflation that we're assuming over the same period of time. So does that make any sense? And either today or later, can we explain that to the board?
Yeah, those are fairly weighty questions, and we should address them in a longer presentation. But let me just start, especially because Drew alluded to the discount rate on the liabilities versus the expected return. And the discount rate really depends on the purpose of your measurement. So you're trying to assess the liabilities, and what discount rate you use depends on what you're going to use that number for. And so if you are going to use it to make a market transaction, you know, we don't sell our pension liabilities, but in the private sector, they may purchase annuities or do something like that. If you're going to do some sort of market transaction like that, and the argument would apply in the public sector for purchases of service, you could see that as a market transaction, then the discount rate should reflect a near default-free bond yield for the time period. That's the way markets transact and trade financial instruments. And so that should be based on you know, something we might use a treasury yield as a proxy, or you could have a little bit of risk in it and use a corporate bond yield as a proxy. And that would give you a really low discount rate, which means the liability would be higher. But that's how market transactions are handled. What we're doing here is not intended to be a market transaction. We're not trying to put a price on the liability. What we're trying to do is say, how much should we have in our asset pool right now to pay for the benefits that have been attributed to past service? If we had that amount of assets, would we be able to pay all, would we be expected to be able to pay all that benefit? Then the question is, well, how much risk do you want in that measurement? And if you want zero risk, then you get back to the same answer we had for the market transaction. Zero risk, you would match up your pension portfolio with a portfolio of default-free bonds. And then you know that the assets would accumulate to that value when you needed to pay the bonds. Typically for public sector plans, that's not what we've done. We've been willing to take on some level of risk in that assessment of what we should have in the fund today. And so that brings us to the expected return on the portfolio. And then how conservative do you want to be in assessing that expected return? Do you want to just use what the investment consultant says? Do you want some margin below that? And that gives you your, we call it the actuarial liability, but it should really be viewed as a funding target. And that's the amount of assets we should want to have today to pay for the past benefits, not the future benefits, just the past benefits. And then the normal cost is what we'd expect we need each year for the future benefits. So that's how the model works. And then when we don't have the assets we need for the funding target, we set up a mechanism for building the assets back to that funding target, which is what our amortization mechanism is. So that's why the discount rate we're using relates to the expected return. We're looking at how we expect to accumulate the assets to pay the benefits, not a risk-free system. If assets don't earn what we expect to earn, then we're going to have to contribute more. If they earn more than we expect, we'll have to contribute less. But we're carrying that risk as we go forward. So I hope that gets to the basic of your first question. The second question, the 3% COLA is just built into our liabilities. So we are projecting benefits into the future as long as we expect people to live. And we just calculate what those benefit amounts are. And we're increasing those benefit amounts 3% each year. when we take the present value, then we're discounting them back at 6.75. So there's an increase of 3, but a discount of 6.75. So they get some discounting, but not as much as if there was only a 2% increase in them each year. So the math still works. It's just that we're projecting higher levels of benefits in the future because of that 3% COLA.
Thank you, Bill. Harvey, did you have any follow-up comments? You're on mute.
No, thank you. I'll take my hand down. I think I left it up.
Oh, no problem. All right. So trying to circle back and close the discussion, just want one last loop. Any other comments from trustees before we send Bill off with the directions that been provided by Vince and Eswar, which is price inflation dropping it to 2.25, wage inflation, basically what states here reflect negotiated increases, and ultimate assumption of 3%. And the discount rate, he's going to come back with 2 different scenarios, one at 6 5/8 and one at 6 1/2. And then I believe it'll be at the next meeting where we could play with maybe the amortization schedule or look at other options to potentially reduce the impact on city contributions. So is there any other directions that we want to give from trustees? All right, if not, any public comments?
Yes, hello.
Yes, Mr. Beekman.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I was on another part of my phone. I had to rush over. Thank you. This was a really interesting subject matter to me. It was, yeah, it was really good for me. Thank you, and thank you that there is. I felt the words of the one of the persons really. I guess the main speaker who was speaking about what we can expect. It helped me a lot. It offered a good groundwork and framework for things. And I felt he said things about inflation issues that were interesting and helpful, really helpful. And, the other person said, we can add to that and have more considerations. And I can understand that. I was, me being a total beginner with these things, I was very happy with with the person's interpretation of how to look at inflation issues, and that was interesting to me. May I ask, is this public comment to end the meeting?
No, it's not.
Just for this item, great.
Yep.
So to conclude, so I'm interested in what COLA is about, and that's a real interest to me. And it was just a really interesting process that I learned a lot that inflation is not necessarily such a vitally important definition at this time. And I understand maybe that's where it's a bit indirect and, but those words were hopeful to me in how to understand it and how to understand. I mean, we're in a time of COVID, so things are strange. And, we're going to be dealing with the Fed, and they're going to be stepping in the next year. The state of California, like what I stated earlier, will probably be stepping in the next year. So things are going to be in a different plane and a place possibly. And that, I hope you can consider those things. And it's all difficult. We're all done, ready to go. Thanks a lot.
All right. Appreciate those comments. Thank you, Mr. Beekman. All right, Bill, you clear on the directions?
Yep.
All right. I appreciate the presentation. Once again, excellent presentation. And thank you. We'll see you next month.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Let's go ahead and move on to 4D, discussion action on nomination process and election for the position of board chair and vice chair for calendar year 2021. So we had two discussions, one on this, one on the next one is on E, the actual nomination process. The reason why we have to have this first discussion is because per our policy states we really don't start having the discussions until December. Nominations typically happen in December for vice chair, and then in January, halfway through our meeting in January, we make the nomination official. At one of our at our agenda review, we were having the conversation around this topic and just about what the spirit of the policy is. And the way I look at it, and I think the spirit or the intent of the policy is to, when we start our new calendar year going into our January meeting, is to have the chair and vice chair in their roles officially. The way the policy states now, it's not, the chair will be in there officially, but the vice chair, it won't until halfway through the meeting once we do a roll call vote. And so I asked if we could move this discussion up to this month, and the only way we can have discussion, for the vice chair nomination is if we do a one-time amendment, which the board would have to approve for us to have the conversation. So that would be the first part. If we agree to that, then I would also ask the governance committee to revisit this policy to see if we need to make any changes to make sure that the vice chair and chair are in place on day 1, January, in our January meeting. Is there any questions in regards to what I just said or what we're trying to achieve? If not, then I would like to make a motion to give a one-time exemption for the board to entertain the conversation and make nominations for vice chair in today's meeting. And then the second part of the motion would be then to send this back to the governance committee to review this vice chair charter to see if it needs to be cleaned up or revised a little bit, and have them come back with recommendations.
Second by Santos.
Okay, so motion by Gardenier, second by Santos.
Second by, okay, sorry.
Second by Santos. Any conversation?
Mr. Chairman, a clarity question. Yes. Thanks. Is the motion to amend the policy to permit this discussion and to make nominations today for vice chair, and also then to have the vote for chair and vice chair to occur at the December meeting?
That is correct. Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. And the second understands that, Mr. Santos?
Yes, Harvey, I do.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, I appreciate it. So if there is no discussions or comments from trustees or the public, we'll go ahead and do a roll call vote.
Mr. Chairman, this vote by the policy will have to be adopted. An amendment has to be adopted by a vote of 6 members of the board.
Okay, thank you very much. Trustee Lanza.
Aye.
Trustee Ganapati.
Aye.
Trustee Lee.
Yes.
Trustee Menon.
Aye.
Trustee Muyo.
Aye.
Trustee Santos.
Yes.
Trustee Sinceri has dropped off. Trustee Votto.
Aye.
And Trustee Gardenier, aye. So motion passes 7-0 and 1 absent. All right, I appreciate you guys for that. So that brings us to 4E, nomination for the position of board and vice chair for calendar 2021. So last month there was a nomination for Drew Lanza to step in and become board chair. We will have the vote in December. And so this month is to fill the vice chair spot.
So can I go ahead, Andrew?
Yes, go ahead, Drew.
So just to refresh the board's memory, the notion here was that Andrew's become enormously busy, and so he and I were looking to swap roles. I would step up to be chairman a year early, but Andrew agreed. I think I'm saying this right. You would become my vice chair to make that segue more seamless. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm willing to. Depending on the board, I am willing to, accept that role if that's what the board wants me to do.
Now, I would like to nominate you to be my vice chair, Andrew.
Second that, Dick Santos.
All right, so we got a nomination by Drew Lanza for Trustee Gardenier to be vice chair. We got a second by Trustee Santos. Is there any other nominations or discussion? All right, so we do not need a vote today since it's only a nomination process, but we'll come back in December to officially vote in the nominations for both chair and vice chair. Thank you.
Andrew, I think there was a nomination, so you need to take the roll call on the nomination so that the nomination can be accepted. Did you do that? I'm sorry.
I did not. I didn't realize it was necessary. Is that it is necessary?
I don't know, counsel?
As long as the nominee does not decline to have his name continue in nomination, we're good till December.
Okay, then.
Okay.
I thank you for.
No, I appreciate the clarification, and yeah, I do not decline. So sounds like then we might be good till next month. So, all right, moving on to 5.1 retirement, service retirement. We got Eric H. Elderly. I apologize for that. Police officer, police department, effective October 31st, 2020. 27.25 years of service with reciprocity. We got Edgardo L. Garcia, police chief, police department, effective December 12th, 2020 with 28.46 years of service. Leslie N. Martin, police officer, police department, effective December 5th, 2020 with 20.29 years of service. Doug McLeod, fire captain, fire department, effective October 21st, 2020 with 29.05 years of service with reciprocity. Elizabeth Oliveria, police officer, police department, effective December 2nd, 2020 with 25.15 years of service with reciprocity. Can I get a motion for approval?
So moved, Mr. Chair. Santos.
Got a motion by Santos. Gardenier will
second. Votto.
I got Votto second it. Do a roll call vote. Lanza.
Aye.
Ganapati.
Aye.
Lee.
Yes.
Menon.
Aye.
Muyo.
Aye.
Santos.
Yes.
Sinceri is absent. Votto.
Aye.
And Gardenier. Aye. I want to thank you, those people, for their long service, for the city and the police and fire department. We're getting in the season where we'll be getting a long list. Next month's list will probably be a little bit longer. But thank you for your service and for and best of luck in your retirement and stay healthy. Does anybody else have any comments?
No, well said, Mr. Chair, from Santos.
Thank you. All right, so we'll go ahead and move to 6, death and survivorship notifications. Notification of the death of Arthur Dundon, fire captain, retired November 3rd, 1994, died August 18th, 2020. No survivorship benefits. Notifications of death of Roberta Faro, firefighter, retired January 6, 2005, died August 5th, 2020. survivorship benefits to Charles Faro, spouse. Notification of the death of Richard Gurley, police officer, retired March 3rd, 1994, died September 11th, 2020. Survivor benefits to Jada Gurley, spouse. Notification of the death of Norman McCain, police officer, retired March 31st, 1994, died August 24th, 2020. No survivorship benefits. Notification of the death of Harold Richardson, fire engineer, retired June 22nd, 1991, died May 30th, 2020. No survivorship benefits. At this moment, let's go ahead and take a moment of silence. Thank you very much. My condolences go out to all the family members of these fine people, and I appreciate the service that they provided, and our thoughts are with them and their family. Does any other trustees have any comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I worked with all three. Very sad, especially the ones that go early. It's very, very sad. They were excellent firefighters. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Santos. All right, we'll go ahead and move on to 7 committee minutes and report outs. Investment committee.
So the minutes attached are from, I think, the August 25th meeting when we had extensive discussion on the public equity by Christina Wong. We had a discussion on asset allocation, and we had a discussion on risk by Veras. We had a subsequent meeting where we had a discussion on private assets in October.
Thank you, Trustee Menon. Audit risk. Votto, any updates?
I don't think we've had a meeting since then, but I'm on my phone right now and I really can't see.
So the last meeting, actually, let me speak to the Franco. The last meeting was actually last month, and it is an important meeting because it's the one where the committee accepts the presentation discussion on the findings by Grant Thornton on their annual financial audit, and also approve the comprehensive annual financial report. I mean, the other items I just received and file on the quarterly travel and the minutes and the update of the city auditor. I'm not sure if, okay, thank you. So I think the key issue here are the E and F. Now, the discussion took place at the audit committee level, and the committee asked some questions, but it was pretty straightforward. There was a presentation by Grant Thornton, and ultimately they are providing what is known as a clean opinion, the strongest opinion on the financial statements. So those, just in general, that's the end result of the audit. I would recommend that your board, based on recommendation by the audit committee, actually take action on approving not only the independent report on internal control and the required communications, but more specifically, the comprehensive annual financial report for the police and fire plan for the fiscal year 2020. I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any specific ones.
Any questions from the trustees on the Grant Thornton or anything else that Roberto presented? If not, then we will have to get a motion to approve the recommendations from the committee to accept this report.
Benji, are you?
Yes, I'm on if you have any questions.
Yeah, for the purposes of making a motion, do they need to make two motions for E and F? Can they just make one and combine it, or do they just need to make a motion just for the comprehensive financial reports? Could you please let the board know?
I think both need to be approved, and I think it's fine if they approve both at the same time.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Motion by Santos to approve.
All right, and just for clarification, that is to approve the Grant Thornton report on E, and then also the CAF report on F. Is that correct?
Yes.
That is correct. Yes.
I second Howard.
All right, got a motion by Santos, a second by Howard. Any comments from the trustees or public? All right, if not, Lanza,
Aye.
Ganapati,
Aye.
Lee,
Yes.
Menon,
Aye.
Muyo,
Aye.
Santos,
Yes.
Sinceri's absent, Votto.
Aye. And Roberto, thank you. It's really hard to see on my phone.
And Gardenier is aye.
Mr. Chair, if I may, we made some comments at the audit committee level, but I think it's important that I thank publicly first Grant Thornton for the professionalism and the work that they do year in and year out. And then ultimately, I would be remiss if I don't really publicly thank the staff. This is really a combination of the staff across the whole office and the work for the comprehensive financial report. So I thank staff for the commitment and engagement, and then particularly the accounting staff and their manager for leading the charge and finalizing the financial report, again, as an unqualified opinion. And so thank you everyone for the hard work and dedication. Job well done. So thank you much on behalf of the boards and the members of the plan.
Thank you, Roberto, and thank you, staff. All right, so that clears 7.2 E and F. I need to circle back to 7.1 on the investment side to receive and file 7.1 B and C, which are both minutes. So we'll receive and file those. We also need to receive and file the documents of 7.2 B, C, and D, which was briefly spoke about. So we'll receive and file those documents, which brings us to 7.3 Governance Committee. Muyo, is there any updates?
We really haven't had any meeting, as you can see there, Mr. Chair. We are scheduled to have a meeting next month on December 17. We also note, thank you, Mr. Chair, for reminding me that Trustee Muyo is the chair of the Governance Committee, since he has volunteered happily to remain as part of your board for the next few months until the a new retiree is elected to the board and appointed by the City Council. I think there's no problem having the Trustee Muyo share that meeting next month. And we will keep you posted with what the items are and any resolutions. You just, in your last item, you just recommended an item to be addressed. So at the very least, we'll be addressing the policy on the chair and vice chair nomination. So thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all I have to say.
Thank you,
Roberto.
Thank you, Roberto, for that. And Muyo, since we got you on, are you okay with being the chair for one more month through the end of this year? 'Cause typically we'll do a reshuffle, January, February.
Yeah, I'm happy to serve however long and however you need me, Andrew.
All right, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. 7.4B, we'll go ahead and receive the minutes from the September 8th. Oh, sorry. I jumped ahead there. I apologize. 7.4, disability. Santos.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Drew and I will be considering how we speed up and take on more applicants on the November 9th meeting. Our staff and panel does a great job. And Drew, anything to add?
Oh, sorry, I was on mute. Nope, all good, Dick.
Yep, same here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, appreciate it. And we'll go ahead and receive and file the minutes for 7.4B for the September 8th committee meeting. 7.5, Joint Personnel Committee. Don't believe Vince is not here. I was at that meeting. Basically, we had a conversation, and Roberto, you could jump into, which is part of 7.5C, The committee is reviewing every so many years. We like to review the surveys for the CEO and CIO compensation compared to our peers. We want to, at this moment, kick off the CEO compensation study. Typically to do that, we have engaged with Coffin Associates to do this. But before we can move forward, we have to create a budget for it. So right now on 7.5C, there is I'll make a motion to approve a budget up to $25,000 to do the survey. We don't know what it's going to cost, and so we overestimated on what it would be, so we didn't have to revisit this item at another board meeting. But most of our discussion was surrounding around this topic. Roberto, did you have any comments?
No, not about that topic. Again, just a reminder to the board that will be split between your board and the federated board. And I think, as Chair Cordonier indicated, we sort of recommended a number that we felt it may be a little higher, just so that we wouldn't have to come back to you. But I'm confident when I tell you that it will not even get to that point. So that's all I have to say about that item. The other discussion at the meeting, I don't know if if you're going to provide an update on the other discussion at the meeting, Andrew, or not.
Second by Santos, Mr. Chair.
All right, well, let's we'll get your update in a second. Let's go ahead and finish this the 7C. So motion by Gardenier, second by Santos. Any discussion? All right, no comment. Roll call vote. Lanza.
Aye.
Ganapati.
Aye.
Lee.
Yes.
Menon.
Aye.
Muyo.
Aye.
Santos.
Yes.
Sinceri's absent. Votto.
Aye.
Gardenier. Aye. All right, that motion passes. Roberto, you want to circle back on the meeting?
Yeah, I mean, I wish I was counting on Vince. Obviously, he does such a great job. I do recall that your committee discussed the sort of like the weight and the process for the annual performance review of the chief executive officer. There was a lot of discussion about it, not just how the process to be engaged and to what extent they should sort of follow a path similar to the city, to also what kind of deviations they could be considering for that process. So there was a lot of discussions around that and about the actual process of deciding to what extent you're going to weigh in and out some of the key issues that are going to be taken into consideration for the eventual performance review. So again, I don't have any comments on the specifics, but I just wanted to keep the board apprised that that's the discussion that have taken place. Please know the committee have a meeting next week. They will be actually having the same discussion that they have for the CEO, for the CIO next week. And then the goal is for the committee to bring forward to your board the recommendations so that each board have a chance to review it and comment on it, suggest, ask questions, or maybe suggest changes, and then finally approve a process so that we can move forward with the annual performance review, not only in terms of just the process, but also what are the factors that are going to be used for determining that performance. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Roberto, for jogging my memory. Yeah, we're still working on the evaluation process for the CEO and CIO and trying to get that finalized so we could get that implemented or use it for next fiscal year. So appreciate that. 7.5B, go ahead and receive and file the minutes. Which brings us to the end of the agenda. Is there any agenda items that trustees want to put on?
Yeah, how do we get that box lunch to my house?
Dick, I gotta tell you, I've been trying, but staff has been telling me it'd be hard to do, so I don't know why, but I'm feeling the same way you do.
Great meeting, thank you.
All right, thank you. If there is no other agenda items, public comments, Mr. Beekman.
Hi, for my public comment today, thanks a lot for the meeting. It was a good learning experience for myself. And, like I mentioned in the previous item that, I felt an interesting notion that the main presenter offered the ideas of inflation is not so much a worry. If it goes to a 2.2 difference in comparison of things, that's a worry. But overall, with his words saying that, I took that as a sign, as a hopeful kind of sign, and a way to kind of gauge ourselves, and an important way to gauge ourselves. And so I can understand that can be more specific work. So good luck. And what I mentioned about the feds coming in and the state coming in the next year, maybe that has something to do with it, and that can play into your thinking, work into your thinking. All right, to the other point I wanted to make, the other reason why I'm here today is to simply remind yourselves that in June of this past year, the city manager, with the POA agreements of the end of June, it had an idea. The city manager wanted to make a specific idea that with a little bit of talk, that the POA process for the next year can be an open process of negotiation. And that means the public can be involved to discuss the ideas of, say, the COLA adjustments for POA funding for the next year. And, what interesting has been described today, I hope that can be a consideration of that COLA issues, they can take a cut this year. They don't have to be worried about COLA this year. The San Francisco Police Department, they're going through the same issue today in closed session in whatever committee meeting that they have in San Francisco today about the same issue, the future of COLA for this next year. And I just wanted to bring that up here today, to be thinking about it. And I think it's possible we don't have to go for a raise in COLA. I think that's a possible concept with exactly what's been described here today. So thank you. And, I don't want to be bearer of bad news. I just want to be practical in what we can expect and work towards. And thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Beekman. All right. If there's no other comments, we'll adjourn this meeting. Thank you, everybody, for this meeting today and participating. Be safe out there.
Thank you.